Welcome back, everybody, to another Conductor Sunday live stream. I'm your host, Theme Park Conductor, and it's actually my first Conductor live stream back in Cali after the 2-week long trip I had with Hollow Gelato and his wonderful wife, Abby, and Tommy Toon World. First impressions, I can't even begin to tell you how impressive that was. It was awesome. But instead of me just saying it, let's bring on the one, the only, Mr. Hollow Gelato, my friend with the spicy Italian opinions. I love it. Where can everybody find you on social media?
Absolutely. And again, Conductor, thank you so much for having me on. And we're kind of getting back to the swing of things, being back in Cali. We still have a plethora of content that we have to release from Florida. I just released our first Epcot Day vlog. Now I got to do part 2 Epcot and Studios and Animal Kingdom. And then I got to do the vlogs that I just did out here at Disneyland. It's crazy, folks. So prepare yourself, lock and load. Put your seatbelt on, keep your hands, arms, feet inside the vehicle at all times. It's going to be a bumpy ride. But in any case, as Conductor said, I'm George, the Disney Italiano, co-host with Abby of Hollow Gelato. You can find us on social media on Instagram under Hollow Gelato, and of course, right here on YouTube with our Hollow Gelato YouTube channel, which again, everything that I've discussed, you will be able to find. Our Walt Disney World trip vlogs, us being back in California vlogs, and also to on side with Theme Park Conductor, we also have member exclusive videos of a lot of content that was filmed down in Florida. So if you guys definitely want to see it and check it out, please feel free to become a member of Hollow Gelato and Theme Park Conductor for all that extra bonus material that you will not find on the Blu-ray or DVD.
No, you won't. You'll find it on the extras that you have to actually search for. No, I'm just kidding. It's very easy to find if you are a member. But let's welcome in. We got John. We got David in the house. We got Aurora Loves Disney 4. Welcome in. We got the one, the only, Giant Peter, our favorite. We got Abby in the house. Always great to see Abby. We got Billy Rides CA in the house as well. So, like George mentioned, we have a lot of content that's out, more contents to come. But the first topic we're going to bring up, and this is just something that was announced, what was it, today or yesterday, George?
I believe it was either yesterday or the day before.
Okay, so HHN Orlando. Yesterday. Can you believe this? We're in late March and we're already talking about HHN. This is nuts.
Oh, my Lord.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. HHN 34 in Orlando has announced their first house, Jack the Clown versus Dr. Oddfellow. Crazy.
Didn't see that one coming.
No, I didn't either. Because actually, I was hearing, the whispers and murmurs and all that stuff about possibly a Jack the Clown versus Hollywood Harry. And if many people don't know what Hollywood Harry is like our Jack the Clown of Universal Hollywood. So we kind of all speculated one point or another we were going to get a house based off that, where we're going to have Jack the Clown come visit us in Hollywood and have a house where he's fighting Hollywood Harry. That would have been awesome. I'm not going to lie.
That would have been cool.
But are you surprised at all that Orlando's already announcing houses this early?
Honestly, not the way that like the Halloween seasons are like starting to maneuver themselves, so to speak. I feel like it's getting earlier and earlier. Like I remember the one year where on my birthday, August 23rd, I was sharing my birthday with the first day of Oogie Boogie Bash.
Oh,
like,
geez.
That was like unheard of, because anytime like when it was during the Halloween season, I'd say it would be like mid to late September, going into October. But now it seems like it's running into August. And in order for things to be ready for August, they have to make announcements months prior. So, I mean, they're on top of their game. I mean, we already got one house um, already in the books, and I'm for sure they're going to start trickling them in
Yeah.
by little, especially with the Midsummer Night's Scream on the horizon as well. So I'm for sure they'll have a lot of info, going around there as well.
Well, it's funny you mention that because we have a busy year in 2026. Josh tomorrow becomes the new CEO of the Walt Disney Company. We got HHN already kicking off. We have the second year of Fan Fest going to be happening at Universal Hollywood. We have all this construction going on both on the West Coast, East Coast. What else we got? What else can we pile on? We got D23. It just seems like it never stops.
When you said what else could we pile on, literally the line just came into my head from my cousin Vinny when he's like I got a judge that's just aching to throw me in jail. An idiot who wants to fight me for $200. Slaughtered pigs, giant loud whistles. I haven't slept in 5 days, and it's like, how much can we pile on the top of the outcome of this case? Is it possible?
Oh, dude, that was the most classical part. I loved it. Peter says, Conductor and George, have you guys seen Ted season 2 yet? I have not. Have you?
Peter, don't get upset with me. I haven't seen Ted season 1 yet. I do want to see it. I just haven't had the time to watch it. I do love the Ted movies. I've seen both movies, but I have to watch the series, especially every time that I'm up Universal, where we're on the backlot tour, and they say, oh, Ted season 1 was filmed here. They're wrapping up season 2 and everything. I do have to check it out because I do love the franchise. It's I haven't had time to. Streaming is like my worst thing. Like, I know, like, in today's society, streaming is like the number one thing. It is like my worst thing. Like, I have no time for streaming.
Yeah. It's interesting to me because it's hard for me to kind of break into a new show, if that makes sense. It's hard for me.
Yeah.
So I watch a lot of reruns.
Shogun is a good show.
Yes.
Love Shogun.
I definitely agree with that. That I could definitely watch. But anything else, it's hard for me to get in. Park Explorer Adventure says, I can't wait to walk through Jack versus Oddfellow house this year. That house is going to be very awesome for sure. No, 100%. I can't wait to hear the feedback of what that house is going to be. But, already late March and we're already talking HHN insanity. Crazy. But I want to share my screen. We are going to break down basically our version of what we explored out in Florida. My first time. George is a veteran. I was a rookie. So
yeah, that's basically how you just have to answer it. Just say I'm a veteran, because if you asked me what my number is, I couldn't even tell you.
Exactly. So a veteran just sounds more appropriate anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to play the audio, but I'm going to have this playing in the background, and we're going to talk about Epic Universe because, George, the last time you were here was your first time, but you were going through some medical problems, so you didn't really get to enjoy it the way you wanted to. So I'm going to play it, and we'll just start going.
Sounds good.
All right, here we go. So I want to ask you straight off, walking up to the front here, where the Kronos is at, the entrance gates, what was your first thought going to Epic Universe for the first time for you? And then I'll go.
So here's my thing. And I did enjoy myself the first time that Abby and I went. However, when we walked up to the Kronos this time, it felt like the first time for me all over again, because this is a brand new park. It was only my second time there, and it was my first time actually to be able to fully enjoy it without any complications. So really, my second time really felt like my first. It really felt, there's Tommy Toon. Shout out to Tommy. That I honestly felt probably the way you guys felt, seeing it for the first time. And I felt very excited because literally this was day one of our whole vacation. This was the starting point. So like the day didn't even begin yet, and we're standing outside in front of the Kronos. I couldn't wait for you guys to go in and see Celestial Park and experience Dark Universe and the Ministry of Magic and How to Train Your Dragon and all that good jazz. But the hype was real because, as I said, this was like the start of the whole vacation.
100%. And you could see those two holes on the gates right there. We were kind of talking about it with possibly the two expansions coming to Epic Universe eventually. So there is expansion plots pretty much behind each land. So that's kind of nice. But literally walking through the Kronos right here, dude, I was lost to words. I was lost to words how breathtaking this was. It was incredible.
It is, and and again, I know that Epic Universe isn't even a full year old yet, but it still has, like, even though it's been open for some time, it's still like that shiny new toy kind of thing. And I don't want to get too ahead of myself because I know we'll talk about this as time goes on, but in comparison to the aesthetics of the park, even though that Universal Studios Florida, the park, is, the original, it's, how many decades old, I feel like that it can kind of match with Epic Universe. I feel like Islands of Adventure is the park that really needs the help aesthetically.
Yeah.
With the IPs.
100%. Let me ask you this, because as we're looking on my screen right now from my video, you can see some trees here and there, but my thing is, I really saw.
Hold your thought. I literally just had a brain fart. I was literally going to say, who is this fucking guy that's standing in front of you blocking your thing? It's me.
That's all right. It's all good. My camera goes higher than how tall you stand anyway.
Yeah, of course. But I'm like, who is this guy who's like standing? I'm like, and then I take a look and I'm like, oh, it's me. But
all good.
In any case,
no. So you can see all the trees and stuff. Obviously, like you said, it's only a year old park, so a lot of these trees are still growing. They're baby trees and all that. Did you kind of feel like, even though it was March and it was still a little hot, but not too crazy, it was very mild hot. Do you kind of feel like this park really kind of, I wouldn't say sucks, but really is kind of like a downer during the summer because there's really no escape from the heat unless you're inside of a restaurant or a shop or the Grand Helios or a show or something?
Yeah, I feel like with this park being brand new, and yes, the trees will grow along with the park, but as of right now, it's kind of a detriment in that sense because it makes the park very opened.
Sure.
I think when it comes to, the heat and the summer months, especially in Florida, I've experienced Epic Universe in May and in March, and I have to say March wasn't as bad as May, but May was brutal. But I can't imagine walking in this park in June, July, or August.
Oh boy, yeah,
that's going to be rough.
it's going to get ugly. Now, obviously, we could see from my video we're Harry, we're heading into Harry Potter. Again, I love these entrance portals. Very, very cool. And then just walking into Harry Potter, just phenomenal. Obviously, we don't even have this in Hollywood, like even to this scale. This blew my mind. And this was only day one of all the parks, because we literally hit all the Universal parks, all the Walt Disney World parks. But look at this. Look how grand scale this is. We're like little ants walking walking into the land. It's crazy because I literally felt like we were in Paris. This is nuts.
Yeah, like the 19 I'm trying to think of the time era. Was it like the 1920s, 1930s or
Yeah.
40s, somewhere along the line of Paris? And yes, as I said, I think as the land of it being Paris goes, I think it's done really well.
Uh-huh.
I feel like because it's tied to Harry Potter, that's where it's kind of lost in translation for me, because it's for the Fantastic Beasts,
Yeah.
trilogy. But in all's fair in love and war, the land is still perfect, of how it is. It's very well done. I mean, it literally looks like a film set. But yeah, I enjoyed the land, and I'm gonna go back a little bit off of Harry Potter because we passed it. Thank you, Peter. 1920s. I thought that's what it was. That as we were passing to go into Potter, you briefly showed the Stardust Racers, and unfortunately, Stardust was not up at the time we were there. It wasn't up when, well, it was up when I went the first time. I just couldn't go on it because of my surgery. So I
Sure.
still I cannot get on this ride for the life of me.
No.
Hopefully third time's the charm, but they just recently started running the trains. I
Yes.
was doing a tester, so I don't know what was going on there for the fact that it was down that long, and the refurbishment got an extension twice.
Yeah. I'm not sure what's going on with that. Again, it's something I'm worried about. If they can't nail down what the problem is for that attraction, I hate to say it, they might have to close it, tear it down and build something else. And I hate to even say that.
Well, I have seen it done with roller coasters, and it seems like a really intricate, fun coaster. But I've seen it done with Top Thrill Dragster at Cedar Point. We've seen it with, what was it, X2.
Yes.
So yeah, when there's a roller coaster that has like more downtime than not, it's like sometimes you have to make the difficult decision. And I know that they would be losing money, but they could always regain it in the long haul.
For sure.
Yeah.
Well, the reason I think hopefully they nail it down is because I'm sure it cost a pretty penny to build it, and it would look bad on Universal and Mack rides if they had to tear it down and replace it.
Oh yeah.
It's not even that old. But the other thing I want to bring up, the reason I have this video paused, this entrance right here with the fancy looking gate, that's supposed to be the second attraction, that broomstick attraction. This is the entrance where that's supposed to be going. That's why I paused that.
Okay, so wait, while you have that paused, so is the broomstick, supposedly the broomstick attraction, is that going to be in the Fantastic Beasts era, or are we moving back into the world of Harry Potter?
That I'm unsure about.
See, because that's going to be very confusing in that sense, because there's going to be how many timelines. Because when you look at the Battle of Ministry, it's the events that happened after Deathly Hallows.
Yes.
So then when we step into the broomstick thing, is Harry back as a student at Hogwarts?
I don't know, because Fantastic Beasts takes part before Harry Potter.
Right.
So
and then when you use the flu powder and you go through the like the fireplaces, then you get transported, into the future.
Yeah.
But are we going back into the past, but not as back as Fantastic Beasts? I feel like there's like a bunch of timelines going off over there.
Yeah, it's kind of weird how they go back and forth. I'm not 100% sure what the reasoning or the storytelling behind it is. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% why they decided to build a Fantastic Beasts land based off that franchise and then put the main attraction or the only attraction as Harry Potter. That was kind of weird.
Yeah.
Maybe they felt that Fantastic Beasts with the box office it had was not great. So they thought, okay, well, let's do the best of both worlds. Let's build the land that's based off Fantastic Beasts, but still incorporate Harry Potter, if that
Well,
makes sense.
well, and I also think too, when they had the original plans for Epic Universe, I think it was around the time when they were still in production with the Fantastic Beasts. So I think that they might have thought, okay, this is going to be another banger trilogy added on to the franchise. But I guess it wasn't the case, but they already kind of had it already done. So they're like, yeah, let's just kind of like mix and match it, with, the Battle of the Ministry and what have you.
100%. Now, I'm going to tell you this, George, because throughout the entire trip, you did a wonderful job capturing me and Tommy's first reaction. Walking in here, I swear on my life, I thought I was on the movie set. I literally thought I was at the Ministry of Magic in London.
I mean, the scope of this thing is like,
oh, it's humongous.
You look at the giant screen, where you have like them, like interacting, like how they do in the movie, and it's like the scope of it is just it's huge.
Oh, 100%. And then after we finally got on that ride, because it delayed, and that was one of the biggest problems I had with Epic Universe. Multiple attractions, Battle of Ministry. Oh, there's the lovely couple. The Battle of the Ministry, Donkey Kong, and what was the third attraction? Wasn't there a third one that always kept getting delayed? I thought there was a third one.
At Epic.
Yeah. Wasn't there a third one?
Ministry. I'm sorry. I'm trying to run through.
I thought there was another one. I can't remember it.
Well, I know we tried going on Hiccup's Wing Gliders twice, and that went down.
Yeah.
But I think those were the two.
Okay.
Main two.
Okay. But that's something I don't like with weather. The weather really plays a negative impact on Epic because of that reason.
Mm-hmm.
And I do not like that. That's the one negative I'm going to give that park, is the fact that the weather does not, it doesn't play nice with Epic Universe at all.
Because unfortunately, the park was designed, unfortunately, to not fit the state of Florida. Because everything is like 90% of the attractions are all outdoors.
Yes.
If it rains or if there's a 5-mile radius of lightning, everything has to close down. And you have what? The Carousel, Monsters Unchained, and Ministry of Magic. Oh, and Super Mario Kart.
Yeah.
So you have like
that was the third one. I am so sorry, George, to interrupt. That was the third one. It was Yoshi's Adventure.
That closed down?
Yeah, during the weather, that did.
Oh, okay. So you're saying for the weather. Yeah, Yoshi's will shut down. Sure. Yeah.
So that's 3 massive attractions that's people eaters that closed down for weather or delays, which sucks. But we went into the restaurant after was it after the ride? Harry Potter, we went in the restaurant?
It was after the first attempt. We waited in line, but the ride was down, so we thought we'll come back later.
Okay. I have to tell you, this crepe was awesome.
It was really good, and Unfortunately, folks, at the time when Abby and I recorded our review on it, I was having mic issues with the recording, and it literally, and that was the creme brulee, and we weren't able. Everything that we talked about, literally, it had us on mute, so we didn't get to do our review of what we wanted to do. So eventually, I will put out the footage that I recorded, and then I will just like put our voiceover, with it. But I have to agree with you. The crepes were phenomenal. I liked the creme brulee, but honestly, the crepes was the star.
Well, let me ask you this. Walking into that restaurant, because I said it on the live streams from the hotel room, and again, thank you for being a wonderful co-host on those live streams on location. Um,
Absolutely.
the theming in this restaurant, what did you think of it?
I thought it was very elegant. I thought it had a very like French style kind of like cafe, but a little bit more upscale, because I think honestly the French like to do everything a little bit more upscale in a sense, and I don't mean that in a bad way. So I think that they hit the aesthetics of the restaurant. And honestly, I've this was my first time in here along with Abby. We didn't go in here the first time, but honestly, I would definitely go back in there for the crepes.
Oh, the crepes were awesome. Like I said, having a cold butter beer and literally having one of those crepes, I was like, I was good. And literally, let me ask you another thing, because this was a common occurrence at Epic Universe. I don't know about the other studios parks. I wasn't really paying attention. But at Epic Universe, every single restaurant we ate at, literally you pick your table or you get sat down by a team member, and then they have a QR code that's on the table. You scan it, you order your food through the app, and then they deliver it.
I absolutely love that. I love how Epic does that. I hope all theme parks adapt that way of mobile ordering, because you could already have a table, you're already, you're sitting, you make your order, they bring it out to you. It's not you going up and finding, okay, what window to go to. You grab your tray, and then you're walking with your tray with a bunch of food, and you're trying to maneuver through all people trying to find a table. I love how it's the other way around.
No, 100%. I totally agree. The only thing I would ask is, does that defeat the purpose of going to the counter and ordering, which actually takes a physical cast member unless it's a kiosk?
Um, I mean, I think to an extent, but I think if you kind of get creative and find another purpose for that cast member or team member,
Sure.
rather than be at the register, punching in the things, they could be the ones that will bring the.
Freaking Tommy. Look at this guy.
He was so proud of that moment.
Oh, dude. He's all, you captured that on video? They captured it on video. But no, I 100% agree with you. I did like the table service, like scanning it on the table. I did love that, believe it or not. It was efficient. And again, I just kind of feel like Hollywood's just stuck in the past right now. And it's kind of sad.
Yeah, I hope that they can bring, Hollywood studios out of not Hollywood, but Universal Studios Hollywood out of the Stone Age kind of thing. Because again, I feel like it's not even just Disney that has different operations of Walt Disney World and Disneyland. It's the same way with Universal. It's just for some reason, Florida operates its theme parks much differently than California does, and vice versa.
No, 100%. Let me ask you this, since currently we're in Darkmoor right now. What do you think of Darkmoor?
So for me, I love the aesthetics of the land. I think it would do really well if they were to incorporate that with something with Halloween Horror Nights, or if they do kind of their own thing. Although I will say I wish the land was a bit bigger,
Sure.
and I feel like right here, this is like the main core of Dark Universe with
Yeah.
the mansion, and you have the well, and you have the brickwork. Then I feel like when you come around to the back end where you go to the Curse of the Werewolf, and where
The
the
burning blade.
burning blade, when
Yeah.
you pass the burning blade, I feel like it's empty. I feel like that there should be something back there.
Yeah. Now, I do love the Invisible Man and his interaction with us. That was very cool. That was pretty awesome. But just like literally the aesthetics of this whole land was awesome. I do agree with you though. I wish it was a little bit bigger, but I could still spend about an hour or two in this land. I literally can. It's crazy. With the shops, with the restaurant, Dawes Steakhouse, which I ate at with Tommy. That was a phenomenal restaurant.
Which
Heavily
you guys actually have something one up from me, because you guys got to do something that I didn't get to do yet.
uh,
Which we were considering on doing it on our third day of Epic, but there was just like so much going on. And
it's crazy.
again, you could plan everything to a T. And I think majority of the stuff that I planned out, I think pretty much, went into effect. But there's times where, sometimes you can't help, with scheduling, or, where you try to say, hey, you know what, it would be cool to go in there, but we're kind of busy doing this, and, everything still went, perfect. But hey, it'll give me something to do and look forward to for next time.
No, 100%. And it's interesting because we're in Pizza Moon right now.
That pizza there, I have to say, is some of the best theme park pizza I think that I've ever had.
Oh my gosh. That Pizza Moon, again, heavily themed, awesome pizza. Just everything about it, phenomenal. Again, I don't know. I was blown away with the creativity they used. That was my pizza. Oh, it was so good. Oh, so good. But it's funny because I mentioned to someone earlier, because I was on his channel, and I said it's funny how if you allow Universal Creative or Disney Imagineering to have the shackles off and literally be creative on what they're building for the guests, this is the result you get right here. This is the result. Look at that box. We're talking about a freaking cardboard box.
Yeah, that was the pizza box that for you to take your leftovers.
Dude, it's crazy. And then this thing, I know people are like, it's Yoshi's Adventure. Dude, I was vibing on this, man.
Well, and especially too, you get a different perspective that you're close to like the fire plants and the coins and everything, and then you get to look down and out, of all like Super Nintendo World. Or as I like to call it, Super Mario World, because to me that's what it is. I'm sorry, until they start getting new IP in there that sums up more of Super Nintendo. To me, I just think that's a Super Mario World, which I'm okay with. That's not a bad thing.
No.
But I absolutely love this ride. It's kind of interactive, where you have to try to locate the 3 colored eggs, and you have to press the button as you pass it, and it's basically Universal's version of the People Mover.
Oh, 100%.
But with a little bit more interaction.
Oh, definitely. Like I said, if it was up to me, I'd rather just rip out our Super Nintendo World in Hollywood and start over and build this. That's what I want. But I know they won't do it. But it's what I would like to see, but they won't. Let me see. What did I film after this? Oh, here we go. Okay. So we're gonna get, okay, here we go. Here's what I've been wanting for Hollywood for literally forever, which again, still no concept art. Just like, no, we're not doing it. But dude, I'm telling you, Donkey Kong, oh, I don't think the ride was worth waiting 4 hours, which me and Tommy did. We had to wait there 2 hours, then we gave up, came back, waited another 2 hours, then we finally got on it for a 30-second attraction. Was it worth it? Not for 4 hours.
I think, yeah, not for 4 hours, but I am glad that you guys got to go on it, because for you to just have the experience.
Sure.
It was your first time. Unfortunately, I didn't get to go on it this trip, but I did go on it my first time, even though that I was in discomfort. But this is like one of those rides where, as much as I would have loved to have gone on, it's not like, oh, I'm bummed that I didn't get to go on it. You know, and as I said, is it a fun ride? Yes. But as you said, is it worth 4 hours? No, not by
yeah, no, it's not. And quite frankly, if we are still getting the Donkey Kong Land in Hollywood, what I would have liked to seen for the Orlando park for Epic Universe is an indoor attraction of Minecart Madness. Since you're kind of like in that cave, it would have been better suited out there and have this type of roller coaster, but a little bit longer for Hollywood. Because it never rains in Hollywood. Hardly ever. Like, you can wish upon a blue lagoon. That's when it might rain. Literally in Southern California. Here in Orlando, hell, you blink your eye and it rains. It's like, geez Louises.
Once in a blue lagoon. I actually like that.
Yeah, and of course, we have to have some entertainment by George dancing like Donkey Kong. We have to. That was hilarious.
Yeah,
that was hilarious. Oh my god. No, but overall, the land was awesome. Didn't get to meet Donkey Kong, unfortunately, because it was raining.
You, like, brought him out like the first weekend that he was premiering, and then you'd never see him again.
Yeah, that kind of sucked. So I wish I would have seen that. But this restaurant here, let's talk about it. The Atlantic.
Oh, Atlantic.
What did you think about that?
I have to say, I only had my top priority, which was Mythos, and we'll get into that in a little bit.
Sure.
That is like the top-notch restaurant for me in all of the Universal Orlando Resort. But I thought, you know what? Let's try some more, sit-down restaurants. Let's try some more eateries, like the Pizza Moon, and then, of course, Atlantic. I have to say, I was very impressed with all these restaurants. Now, the only thing with Atlantic that I will give a little bit of a ding, is the price after you eat. I feel like that it is very expensive.
Yes.
Good food, very good food. But I don't think for the price value of, how much everything is. And then that one dessert was just downright disgusting. It was just a very bad combination. But again, that's just one thing on the menu. Everything else was really good. We got a hell of a view. Yeah. I love the aesthetics. I love the theming. But I just felt like the pricing was a little bit over the top. And comparing it to Mythos, I feel like Mythos menu is better, but it's slightly cheaper.
100%. And our waiter, Louis, phenomenal. I literally, and I'll say this throughout when we're kind of reviewing the Disney World side of our trip, but Universal Orlando, the service, the hospitality, the friendliness of the team members at all the Universal parks, above and beyond. Even the security was awesome. And that's something I want to bring up to you as well, because the security at the Orlando Resort is Universal's security. They're not a third party like we have here in Hollywood. So I kind of felt like they knew what to look for. They were very kind about it. Their security scanners a lot easier to go through than Hollywood's. So I'm hoping with all the changes we're seeing at Universal Hollywood, they embrace the security features. Maybe they decide to get rid of the third party security company, and they create their own branch of Universal Security for Hollywood, because I think that was very beneficial.
Yeah, and I think when you have your own security, they know your brand. They
Yes.
know how operations go. When you're bringing in a third party, system that they're so used to doing things of how they're used to doing it, they're not going by the statistics of Universal. They're going by what they were taught elsewhere, and then you kind of mix them both together, and that's where it gets lost in translation for the security and lost in translation for the guests.
No, by all means, and that's something that I liked about Universal in general. So I did like that. Any final thoughts about Epic Universe?
Honestly, as I said, it's a youngin. It's still brand new. I do feel like they have a ways to go. I would love to see a future expansion, with the two new portals that they'll add. We still don't know what those two portals are, but I'm excited to see what they will become. And then also expanding Super Nintendo World and possibly Dark Universe and yeah, I can, and adding that new Harry Potter ride. So there's a lot to be had with Epic Universe.
Oh, no, by far. And I was not, let me see. I was not disappointed with Epic at all. My whole thing was, I think it was just the rides going down constantly, not being stable, and the fact that
Well, and that's honestly just a start. We're not in the summer months yet.
no,
So the
wait
summer
until that happens.
are like really the rainy. You're going to get the extreme heat with like the thunderstorms and everything, and that's where I think honestly it's going to hurt that park the most.
100%. So we're gonna move to IOA before we go to um Disney, and we go to the Magic Kingdom, because I'm gonna play your video, because you actually have some good footage of me and Tommy's first reaction to the castle. But let's go to IOA real quick. I couldn't, obviously, for different reasons, I couldn't film the security, but again, security was top notch, so easy to deal with. God, cross my fingers they bring that to Hollywood, because we need that so bad. But this is the classic welcome to Universal Orlando Resort. Oh, dude, I was in heaven when I saw this. I'm like, yeah.
And that is the one thing too that I wish. That's the only thing that, and I know that they have like what, over 700 acres of land and property, Tommy,
Tommy.
Of land that they can use for Epic and surrounding it. But the one thing that I also think hurts Epic is it's not part of the center core of Universal Orlando. Like with here, you have the two parks right next to each other, Universal Studios, Florida, Islands of Adventure. You have City Walk, all within walking distance. You have the resort hotels, the Portofino hotel. You have the Hard Rock Hotel. You have Cabana Bay. You have a Ventura Hotel. Everything is around, and I feel like that Epic is so distant from everything else that I'm not saying that it hurts it, but I feel like it takes you out of the element.
Yeah.
Sense.
No, 100%. And I couldn't agree more. And Remy D, welcome in, by the way. I forgot to say that. He says, yeah, they are going to need to build a second City Walk next to it. He's meaning Epic.
I could see them doing that. I think Universal would get away with that more than Disney would.
Oh, I think so.
And with 700 acres, I mean, they already have 3 hotels over there. They have Epic Universe, obviously, but with 3 hotels to just be around one theme park, yeah, they're going to have to add something. I wouldn't honestly even be surprised down the road, not right now, if they don't add a 4th park. And I know Universal already says they have 4 parks. I'm sorry, Volcano Bay, it's a water park.
Yeah.
Right now, they have 3 theme parks and a water park.
Yeah.
So I think in time, they may be able to have a sister park next to Epic Universe.
100%. And then that roller coaster in front of us is the Incredible Hulk. That was an interesting roller coaster.
I have to say, I absolutely love that coaster, but I don't know what it was. It never did this to me before, but it was like the first time ever in history that I've been going on that ride for 20 plus years that I actually walked off of it with a headache. It gave me a headache.
Yeah, it gave me a slight little headache. I think it was just all the thrashing around it did, because we were the back row, like literally the back row. So I don't know if it hits different being in the back row compared to being in the middle or the front. The launch was cool, though. The launch was cool, but
I love the launch. But yeah, everything else after the launch is like it's swinging your head back and forth, and you're like, oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, but I love this shot right here. You got Velocicoaster, you got the Lagoon, and the 1993 theming of Jurassic Park, the building. Incredible. I love it. And then you have the castle behind it. It's like photo opportunity central. It was awesome.
That is a great photo op right there.
Oh yeah. Dude, it was so awesome. And then let me see. As I'm playing, I think we go towards the left, but Velocicoaster, dude, that was another wild roller coaster.
Oh, I love that coaster. Yeah. I love it. I mean, I love the Hulk, but Velocicoaster takes the cake on that one.
Oh, it hit so hard. So we're walking the super Hero Island, and a lot of people state that it's dated. And don't get me wrong, it's dated, but I kind of felt like
it gives a more Marvel feeling than Avengers Campus does. I'm sorry, it does.
I think it does. Look at it.
Although I will say the Fantastic Four Cafe, their food is shit. So like I'm glad
we didn't eat in there.
Yeah, no, I knew not to take you guys in there because I'm like, no way. Like I remember I got I think it was either chicken tenders or a burger. It was like basic classic, theme park food.
Oh geez.
It was like $25.
What?
And I'm like, the chicken tenders were overcooked. They were chewy. They were hard. And it was like, I'm like, okay, this was not worth $25.
Wow. Okay.
If I'm going to spend $25, it got something good.
Oh, 100%.
But what did you think of this? I mean, I think honestly, one of the greatest superhero rides ever.
Oh, dude. Spider-Man. Oh, that's a relic that needs to stay, dude.
I would really like to know who on God's green earth sat in the conference room and said, okay, Universal has the Amazing Adventures of Spider-Man. Ooh, let's do web slingers.
I have no idea. Quite frankly, I have no idea. Do I think that was a big mistake? Yeah. Personally, for me, I'm going to be honest with you. I would have liked to see them build the Spider-Man roller coaster. Give me that.
I would have taken Spider-Man roller coaster over web slingers. Like you could do a web slingers type ride, but it should not have been done with Spider-Man.
No.
But now that Scott Trowbridge, who is now working in WDI, he is spearheading the expansion of Avengers Campus with Infinity Defense and the Stark Flight Lab. He actually was the head mastermind of this ride, when he worked for Universal. So that's very promising.
Oh, by far. I think this was one of the best 3D attractions. If there's going to be a 3D, this was pretty spot on for
Yeah.
for an attraction that's what 30 years old.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it opened with the park in 1999. Yeah. I have to say, to John Make It Rain's comment, it's dated, but it has rides. I believe that's my ex-wife's bumper sticker.
Mm, that's an outdated bumper sticker. Oh my gosh. Oh man. No, but by far, very awesome. Literally, the whole land was awesome. But you're gonna see me time skip here. Okay, this area. What'd you think of this?
Okay, so when I first went to Islands of Adventure back in the day, yes, when I say back in the day because I'm old, this was like a land that was so recognizable, with Dudley Do Right and Popeye and Betty Boop and Beetle Bailey and all the classic comic strips. But now when you look at it, you can really tell that this is dated because I think honestly, today's generation walks through this land and they don't even know what the hell they're looking at, because kids don't read comic strips anymore, like in the newspaper. They don't watch old cartoons. I will say, though, I absolutely loved our interaction with Popeye and Olive Oil. That was phenomenal. The performers really hit their characters spot on.
Oh, dude, I I love hanging out with these two. It was awesome. It was so awesome.
But I think I still appreciate this land for what it is, but I can see how it's very dated, and I can see in time that they could do something with this land. However, the attractions, Dudley Do Right's Ripsaw Falls and Popeye and Bluto's Build Rat Barges, the two water rides are very popular. Dudley Do Right actually won how many IAPA awards over Splash Mountain?
That's crazy.
So as I said, they're very popular, and especially during the summer months. So I could see them keeping the ride system, but maybe just retheming it to whatever else they change.
100%. And Remy D says, I feel like the problem with this land too is that the rides are all water based. Not everyone wants to get wet.
I can understand that to an extent, Remy D, but I feel like that is what's keeping this land around. I think honestly, if they didn't have the water rides, I think this land would have been gone long ago, because that day in particular at IOA was extremely hot.
Yes.
And I was very tempted to get in line for one of them. I was very tempted.
He was trying to encourage me and tell me, I'm like, I don't want to get wet.
But to Remy D's point, for you guys didn't want to get wet. So so I can kind of see that middle ground where I think if they had the water rides, maybe have one other attraction that's maybe like an indoor ride or something that's not water. So I do understand Remy D's point for that,
So this next ride, King Kong Skull Island, dude, I'm not even kidding. This ride blows the studio tour out of the water.
Okay, so before we get into, if you could pause this really quick. If you could just pause this, because I want to talk about the ride as your video is going on, but I just have to just say this.
Oh boy.
After watching this footage, it kind of gives me a little bit of PTSD because everything that could go wrong literally happened to me while being on this ride. My mics were not working. It was not syncing up to my phone. Then I ended up dropping my mic. I almost lost the magnet.
Oh, jeez. I remember this.
I received a text from Mythos and it said press 1 or 2. I pressed 1. Now, everyone who's watching, you know, when you get that text and it says press 1 to confirm or 2 to cancel,
Yes.
automatically you think number 1 is to confirm. No, the text that they sent me, press 1 to cancel and 2 to confirm. I pressed 1. I ended up canceling our Mythos restaurant. So I'm scrambling while we're getting on the vehicle, trying to rebook our Mythos, which I was able to. But then while I did that, and I hurried up and I put my phone back up to record, I forgot to hit the record button. So the whole time I'm holding up my phone for the ride and there's no footage of it anywhere. It was a freaking nightmare. But aside from that, let's get back to the ride itself.
Yeah, no.
The queue for this is like, it gives off like that Indiana Jones, like Temple of Doom kind of feel. Like it like, and you hear like the drums, like the boom, boom, like it's like hyping you up, you know, to actually see Kong. And then you have the same kind of ride system that they do with the tour at Universal Studios Hollywood, but the storyline is extended. It's not just Kong fighting the dinos. There's more of a storyline. There's audio animatronic bats, you know, before you go. And then, of course, if you want to let everyone know, and then, of course, you have this in the queue, this audio animatronic like sandworm and what have you. But then also at the very end of the ride, you get a big surprise.
Absolutely. And before we continue with that, I want to welcome in Andrew, Ohio State Spring fan, all the way from Ohio. Great to see him. And then Peter says, I thought George was going to say an ex-wife joke with the animatronic in the queue. He was tempted. I'm not going to lie, Peter. He was tempted.
It was there. I did give my bumper sticker joke, though.
He did. We still have another hour, so there might be several more. You don't know. It's surprises with George. It's surprises. Let's see. Yeah, no, this queue is phenomenal. So right when you get into the queue, it's kind of like the same thing that we see at the studio tour. You know, getting in there. Well, once you get past this part. But
I will say that the downside of this ride, and I feel like with any kind of ride of this nature, is you almost have to be where Tommy is sitting.
Yes.
You're at the end of the seats. If you're not and you're in the middle and you're trying to record stuff, you're getting people's heads, you're getting people's arms. And then also, too, because it's a full kind of 360-degree screen, you have to be looking one way, then you have to be looking another. You're missing something over there. It's kind of incohesive, you know, but it's still a great ride. As I said, I prefer Skull Island 100 times over than what they have at the studio tram tour. I honestly wish that they would just remove Kong, to be honest with you, and put something else in there, but that's just my opinion.
100%. And Remy D says Kong is super underrated. It's 10 times the ride that supercharged this.
I agree.
Oh, 100% agree. We didn't even go on supercharged.
Oh, yeah. They're lucky that I passed it.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, it's true, Remy D, that it's like when we were passing this, it was only a 5-minute wait.
Yeah.
It was like basically a walk on. Now, the reason why it went a little bit longer, because they had a slight delay for whatever reason, and then it came back online. But yeah, I mean, going through the queue, it was basically like a 5 or 10-minute wait.
No, 100%. Definitely. And the reason why you're seeing the camera doing this a little bit, because it was a little bit bumpy.
Yes.
It was a little bit bumpy, but like George mentioned, you have to kind of be looking on both sides of the vehicle to know what's going on, because it's not like it's duplicated like on the tram which a lot of the scenes are duplicated on both sides, so you don't have to really look on both sides too much. You still do a little bit, but not too much. So it was like literally telling a story on both sides. So you had to pick one story or the other to watch. But I still think it was pretty awesome. Literally. I'm going to play this through because, like George said, there's a little bit of a surprise. I'm sure Tommy got the bigger
Tommy got like the
scale.
The HD 4K, you know, with him being on that side.
Oh, 100%. Oh my gosh. But no, the colors of the screens looked really good. I didn't see any fading that I can tell. I thought it was pretty well done. No 3D, so that was awesome. So I'm very curious to go check out the 2D version now at the studio tour when I go back to Universal.
When you saw Kong stretch open that dino's mouth, I felt like that's what they did to my urethra with that freaking stent.
Oof, that sounds painful.
Yeah.
I don't think an ice cream would fix that problem.
Oh, no. Ice cream did not fix it. A blank check would have.
There you go.
I think a blank check would fix anything.
Pretty much. No, pretty much. So this is kind of before the scene here, and like George mentioned, Tommy was in the perfect spot for it too. I'm like, damn. But he was literally in the perfect spot. I think it's coming up right there. He is. There's the big man. Look at that full-blown animatronic that we used to have in Hollywood. Thing's freaking awesome, dude. Oh my god.
And you guys think it looks big on camera? Like looking at this thing in person, of how lifelike it looks and how big, it's crazy.
Dude, it's humongous. I'm like, damn, I wish we still had ours at Hollywood. Wasn't I thought there was a former Disney Imagineer that helped with the Kong in Hollywood back in the day when it was built.
I believe so. I think so. I think honestly, throughout the history of Universal and Disney, despite them having their, you know, professional, what's the word I'm looking for? Their professional
career, or not career, but lifespan.
No, like their professional. My gosh, kind of like going against one another.
Oh, competition.
Competition. Thank you, Jesus. As why I couldn't think of that word. Don't ask me. But yeah, healthy, you know, business competition. A lot of them were going back and forth. A lot of them were Disney Imagineers. Then they went over to Universal Creative, and then they went back to WDI. It's like it's all mixed, you know.
Yeah. No, 100%. But that's awesome. That shows that you have people that do care.
Ooh, John, make it rain with a mic drop here.
Okay. Well, let me read Remy's first, because Remy was first.
Yes.
Okay. Remy says, I could see they could easily retheme this to Kong versus Godzilla.
Ooh.
The part where the Kong and the dinos are pushing the bus back and forth. Maybe at the end show both Godzilla and the Kong AA.
That would be cool.
That'd be dope.
That would be really cool. And Robert White, welcome in. So glad to see you. We missed when you down in Florida, but yeah, okay. So it was Bob Gurr that helped with the original.
100%. Okay, here's the mic drop from John. How is it that they can maintain that, but Disney can't maintain an alligator head? I have no idea. You have me speechless because I have no idea.
That is like a mic drop right there. But kind of going back a little bit to Remy D, that would be awesome. Yeah. The fact that you would not only keep Kong, but you would plus it and you would add another behemoth in the film industry of Godzilla. Yeah. And do you imagine at the end that maybe they can expand out the show building where you have a gigantic Kong animatronic and a gigantic Godzilla?
Oh,
like, come on.
Dude. I would be the first one down there. I'd say, George, start
Oh,
booking our trip.
I
Now.
would honestly, if that would be the case, and they were to do a Kong versus Godzilla, or
Oh, dude.
or yeah, like as Peter said, like Godzilla -1, I would literally say, you know what? Yep, we are. Get your flight. I'll take care of the rest of the details.
We're going.
We're heading down to Florida.
We're going. My bosses would probably kill me, but we're going. Oh my gosh. No, I would love that though. And then as we're walking through this area, again, 1993 Jurassic Park vibes.
And I'm
100%.
sorry, I know that seems outdated, and I know a lot of these areas are outdated. I would take the 1993 Jurassic Park any day over the 2020 Jurassic World. I'm sorry.
100%. Remy D says, by that time, Conductor wouldn't have moved down there. You know what? I keep saying that I am going to move down there, and I'm going to try to make it happen. And I told George he always has a room available when he comes down and visits. Anybody does. Remy, Peter, any of you guys. But Velocicoaster, since we're kind of in this area for the brief second, besides it being just like a behemoth of a roller coaster and just top notch, what do you think about that second launch, dude?
Oh, what I love about the Velocicoaster is anytime, and this is why I could not wait to ride this with you guys, because when you take newbies on the Velocicoaster, and it starts with a punch,
yes,
and you think, oh my god, this is wild, and then you're like, oh no, there's more. And when you do that second launch, you think you're already going fast, it like doubles the amount, and then it just shoots you up, brings you back down, and then it spins you upside down, holds you for 5 seconds, spin you back up, it puts you in a corkscrew. It's just like, it's so crazy. You go so fast because it feels like the ride is over like that.
It's crazy.
But after it is, you crave for more of it. And I actually think, and I don't want to take the words from Tommy, but I think that's what he did say. Like when it was over, he was like, I wanted more. Like, even though it was a very decent ride, it was like, I wanted more of it.
Oh, dude, it was phenomenal. And literally going over the lagoon, that was awesome. And then going upside down, that was even more awesome. Like, I was having the time of my life. I couldn't agree with you more, George. I wanted more. I'm like, let's just get back on the vehicle again. Let's go again.
I was tempted. I mean, it was a 45-minute wait. I think if we didn't have anything more to do, I was tempted for a second round.
Oh, 100%. No, by far, it was absolutely phenomenal. And we got Strawberry Field Ferry in. Always great to see new members joining the live streams.
Absolutely. Okay.
So this is weird to me. Hogsmeade King's Cross Station, which obviously we don't have in Hollywood, which is the entrance to the Hogwarts Express. And then once I'm done showing that, we walk in. This kind of feels like at home until we walk in and then something changes. Of course, there's the handsome gentleman in front of me hanging out, filming. So we didn't go all the way into Hogsmeade. We didn't do that. We literally walked in the arch, went to the right, well, past the little train.
I think the problem with Hollywood's Hogsmeade is everything is so compact.
Yes.
You don't feel like you're escaping into the Wizarding World.
No.
When you go into Hogsmeade here at IOA, you're engulfed in the world of Harry Potter. You don't see anything else surrounding you.
Oh, by far. And I
think this is what you're referring to, of that little difference.
Yeah, just a little bit. Just a little bit. 110 minutes. That was a long wait, but worth it. I will tell you this, after riding it, phenomenal ride. So glad I rode it. Do I still think it could fit in Hollywood? Yes.
Hey, if they can fit Fast and Furious Hollywood Drift on a hillside and
They
get
can fit
creative
this.
with it. They could fit this in somewhere.
Especially since they've been talking about and hinting around that they want to move the studio tour load and unload area anyway. Put the entrance of the ride in the Forbidden Forest, and have the actual ride somewhere where the load and unload area is for the tram, plus the area where the tram maintenance area is, which is also going to probably be relocated. And then you can fit it right there.
Mm-hmm.
It's simple. Well, not simple. I shouldn't say that.
It's doable.
Doable.
Yeah.
I have all the faith in the world that Universal Creative could pull that off. If there was one Harry Potter ride, one that I would duplicate, it would be Hagrid's.
I could see that. Now, with that ride already being, I'm trying to think of how old. Well, I mean, I guess you can't really go by that because, I mean, even the ride system, it's a coaster, so you can kind of, get that same gist. But I want to ask you really quick. I know I asked you this while we were down there, but refresh my memory.
Sure.
Hagrid's or Velocicoaster?
Oh, God, that is such a hard one because I love both. Dude. Oh, God. I think for me, I like them both, but for two different reasons. Velocicoaster for me seemed like a typical roller coaster on steroids that was based off an IP that I love. Then you have Hagrid's, again, based off an IP that I love, but completely different ride system. Like literally, you're either riding the motorbike or you're sitting in the little sidecar, and that's awesome. And then it goes backwards at some point, and then there was a little surprise I didn't realize at the end that George is like, "Oh, watch this." I'm like, "What do you mean, watch this?" And all of a sudden, before we get back to the load station, should I say it or should I keep it a secret?
You could. That's up to you. If you wanna tell everyone what it is, or that I'll leave that.
Okay.
Oh my God.
What did Remy say? What's that? Hagrid is my wife, and Velocicoaster is my mistress.
Oh
That's
my
God.
God. Wow, now you really talk about a mic drop. I think honestly that is probably the best.
I like that.
I think honestly, that is like the best like analogy I think you could ever really say about those two, because they're both very different, but they're both very satisfying. So I guess you can kind of say like one would be like Velocicoaster, Hagrid's is like that top tier notch kind of thing, and then the Velocicoaster is just that wild and crazy kind of thing. But going back really quick, if you could actually pause this.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I just want you to pause this because being that we're talking about it, I don't want to get ahead of the video, so we could still talk about it. To Remy D, your question. Did I experience the Dragon Challenge? Yes, I did experience it when it was the Dueling Dragons roller coaster. I absolutely loved that coaster. It was basically a race, sort of like how Stardust was, but it was a suspended inverted roller coaster. You had two different color tracks. You had blue and red. One dragon was fire, the other dragon was ice. And they came within inches of each other when they were out on the outer part of the track, when you're going upside down the loop. And it's almost like your feet almost touch the other person's feet from the other ride vehicle. But they had a few injuries with that roller coaster, and they had a lot of issues, but I didn't have a problem with it. I absolutely loved it. But I think Hagrid's was a nice addition that was changed from Dueling Dragons, but I do miss it. I just loved the Lost Continent in general. I felt like, honestly, that was like a hidden gem for me, because that land had Dueling Dragons roller coaster, which became Hagrid's, the
Yeah.
Flying Unicorn, which became the Flight of the Hippogriff, and
Sure.
then of course you had the Eighth Voyage of Sinbad's Stunt Show, and then you also had the Poseidon's Fury. Like
Easy.
that land, I absolutely loved. I am like so bummed
Yeah.
that it dwindled down for what it was. But I understand it. You know, they're going to put like a popular IP in there, whether it's Pokemon or One Piece or Zelda or what have you. Something's going to go in there that'll really help. Oh, now kind of going back. I'll let you say if you want to say the little surprise on Hagrid's.
Okay, so on Hagrid's, literally right before you get off the ride, I'm not even kidding. It gave me vibes in the feeling of Tower of Terror because we're sitting there and it goes boom like that. I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, did it just break or something? And George is literally in the sidecar because imagine this, folks. Imagine this. We didn't get a picture, but imagine this: me on the motorcycle, George crammed in the little sidecar. Tell me in the comments how wrong that is and how funny that is at the same time.
I really wish we could have got a photo of
Holy
that.
Lord.
That would have been, and honestly, you and I were laughing the whole time because Tommy and Abby were in front of us. And oh my God, Tommy, I don't know what the hell he was doing, but I think instead of him grabbing the handlebars of the bike, he was holding on to the bar that was around his like waist. So he was scrumped up like this with his arms and he's like leaning down. And oh my God, it just looks so funny looking at that from the back.
Oh my God.
When the bike would speed up and it was like, oh my God, that was hilarious. And then Remy D says and Cosmic Rewind is the prostitute.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Oh my God. Literally, okay. John asked this. Was he taller than George still? Yes. Very much so. I was very tall. I was very tall. It was funny though, because you had Tommy doing that and I was watching Abby. I'm like, she's terrified for her life. And Tommy's just like, I'm like, what in the hell is going on, dude?
And the thing with Abby, when you go on rides with her, she does this thing where this is how I'll know that like she hit her breaking point. After the ride is over, she'll kind of lean back and like fall to the side like this. And then that's when you know it's like, okay, stick a fork in her, she's done.
He was KO'd. I'm not even kidding. It was that ugly for her, at least, because she tries to, what's the word I'm thinking of? Be a go-getter and say, "Oh yeah, I'll go on it with you guys," and then
And I give her props. The fact 100%. That she tried her best. She did get kind of sick on Hagrid's, which I was surprised. I didn't think that she would have, but I think it was not necessarily the roller coaster itself. I think it was the speed.
Yeah.
When we'd like hit that speed, I think it just kind of like took the air out of her, so to speak. Sure. So this was actually parts of the Lost Continent. This was, by where Poseidon's Fury is and where Mythos is. But before, kind of going back a little bit, because we were also in Seuss Landing. What were your thoughts on Seuss Landing?
Okay, so before I play this anymore, Seuss Landing for me, it brought me back to my childhood, literally, because of reading Dr. Seuss books. I actually did try as a kid the green eggs and ham, which probably wasn't a good idea because that green dye that I put on the eggs, or my mom did at the time, I got sick. So probably not the best idea. It was just something I wanted to try, and I did. Would I do it again? No. but I love reading the Dr. Seuss books when I was a kid, so it was a lot of fun being in that land. But I could see why people out there at least say it's dated. I
Yeah,
guess.
and we got to do the Cat in the Hat dark ride. And then Tommy didn't get to do it with us, but we did the what was it, the trolley in the sky
Yeah.
thing. And oh my god, there were these teenagers behind us,
Oh
and
my
they were
god.
screaming the whole entire. I swear to God, I was like ready to like throw them out of it,
Oh,
And it was like because they were with a school, because they were wearing like those school like t-shirts, because they were like in big groups, and I'm like, oh my god, like these kids, they're driving me nuts.
oh yeah. Your favorite.
Of
But
course.
looking at the Lost Continent, dude, they spent some money building that damn
They
thing.
did when they like. I love the aesthetics of like what the Lost Continent was. I
100%
absolutely loved it. It was like one of my favorite lands
by
um,
far.
in IOA when it like first opened.
By far. And it was absolutely phenomenal. I think let's see. Okay. I want to kind of skip a little bit. Okay. I want to pause it right here real quick because this is something I George mentioned it. I told George, I told Tommy, I'm like, dude, with this sign from Theme Park Insider making this statement, this restaurant should go down in a historical society of not being touched ever and leave it alone.
I really wish that it would. I wish that it would get the treatment that the Hungry Bear got. Where like you do not touch it.
Yeah,
Uh,
100%.
and then Rudio in the Haas says, uh, George and Chappelle Roan are going to have a battle royale versus all the kids in these theme parks.
Oh,
And
yes.
and then Peter continues, George was ready to throw some punches and be like, this is why I don't like you kids from Mrs. Trunchbull mode. And for all of you who don't know Mrs. Trunchbull, she was the principal villain in the movie Matilda, where she threw the kids into the chokey and she swung the girl by her pigtails.
Oh, yeah. I remember. Okay, so I made this analogy. Inside here, I'm just going to pause this again if I can't. Whoop, not at a good point. Okay, let me see. Okay, well, I don't know why it's fuzzy. It's being weird. But let me bring this up because you were actually shocked I made this connection. I don't know how many of you in the chat have been to Las Vegas, but if you have, there's a little casino called Caesar's Palace. This restaurant I could see in Caesar's Palace. And you were actually shocked by this, George, when I made that connection. You're like, I could see it.
I was, but after you said it, it makes sense. And as much as I wouldn't want Mythos to go
No, no.
out of Universal, however, if it was to save it and literally they would just pick it up where it is and move it to Vegas and keep the menu, keep the aesthetics, keep the service, I'm cool with that. As much as I would still prefer it in Universal, and I really hope that they don't touch it. Here's the thing, and I don't really think they'll touch maybe the aesthetics, maybe a little bit, depending on what the IP is. I just wish that they would just keep the restaurant as is and don't change the menu, don't change nothing.
No, I think this restaurant was literally one of the best theme park restaurants I've ever been in my life.
But how can they put a sign out in the front and it said that it was #1 for 10 years? And then you're going to go and change the restaurant? Like,
I don't get it. I don't get it.
but do you see, but now that you've actually experienced it, can you see my hype?
Oh, yeah. I can see it. Look at this food. Look at that. Amazing.
Oh, man. It's making me honestly want to book a flight just to go down and have dinner at Mythos.
Exactly. That Wagyu burger, though, phenomenal. Delicious. And then you had, what'd you have? What was that?
I had several things. I had the, that was the scallops.
Okay.
with the risotto.
Yeah, that looked really good. Did I get? Oh yeah, what was that?
Oh man, those were the lamb chops.
Fire food, dude. Fire food.
And then I think the other one was, I don't know if you got it on camera. It was the charred grilled octopus legs. I don't know if you got them.
I might have.
Oh my God. See, that's like literally, I could fly down there right now just to have dinner. I really,
100%.
like, I'm bougie that way. Like I was,
You are bougie that way. And then that was Tommy's
pork chop.
Yeah, pork chop. Dude, that looked good too.
That thing was huge.
Abby got that. The pasta, always a great choice. I love pasta. I haven't had a live octopus before. John asked that question. I didn't. I never have.
I don't think I've had live octopus.
Like I've had dead octopus.
Yeah,
Hold on. Go back. Hold on.
Oh my God.
No. Hold on. I gotta pause it. Hold on. Okay. There's a little backstory to this. Because hear me out. We had George doing food reviews, him and Abby. Okay. Tommy doing his Steven Spielberg production with food reviews.
Oh my God.
And then finally I get to mine last.
Oh my God, yours was a
Look, it looks sad.
Yeah. No, just know, folks, it didn't come this way.
By the time I put a fork in it, though, it looked like that.
This is what happened after Conductor patiently waited for all of us to be done. It turned into a swamp.
Literally. I literally asked the waiter for a spoon because my ice cream melted and turned into a lake. I needed a spoon.
Oh my God. I swear, I don't think I've laughed so hard.
Oh, you haven't?
We had laughs the whole entire trip. But I think honestly, that one was where I was like almost losing my breath, where I couldn't catch my breath. Like I was gagging.
Look at that. I couldn't even look at the camera because George is sitting in front of me.
I'm laughing because you're trying to keep a straight face. And the thing is just, it's demolished.
All I kept hearing was your laughter. I'm like, okay, I can't do this anymore.
We're going to have to, whenever we get to it, if you can bring up just the one part when we get to Epcot and we're talking about Space 220, if you could bring up my video because of how when I recorded you, that one segment, if you know what I'm referring to.
Yeah. Let me see if I could find it real quick. If you want to enlighten everybody on the Epcot video, like kind of just give people a rundown while I try to find it.
So this was the second time. I think Mythos and Space 220 is when I think I laughed the hardest with Conductor when it had to do with something with food. And with Space 220, I'm glad we did it. I'm glad the guys and Abby got to experience it. I've done it several times before, although I will say because it's not part of the dining plan, we had to pay out of pocket. It was super expensive. And the food was okay, but really this time around, the food was not up to par. We all got the filet mignon, me, Conductor, and Tommy. We all got different temperatures. I think Tommy got medium. Yeah, okay, so it's just a little bit further back. It's not too far back, but it's I just want to just showcase just the piece of it. It should be there somewhere. Okay, there it is. I think it was right there. Is it right? I think it's right there. Yeah, I think it's coming up next. I think. So I ended up getting my filet mignon blue. I like mine like as raw as possible on the inside. When I received it, it didn't even look medium rare.
No.
I don't know. It seemed like it was overcooked. They didn't know which steak was whose. So we're just kind of going on, and I'm like, fine, they overcooked mine. It rested too long. Tommy's didn't look right. But Conductor was like, oh no, mine seems fine. Like it, you know, and he was eating it. He was like, it was good. It was flavorful. It was juicy. Well, it turns out by the time lunch was almost over, we realized that Conductor actually ended up with my steak.
I ate it.
And he ate it. He was down to his last bite.
Oh, dude.
And so I had to get it on camera. And I'm like, I have to just showcase this. But Conductor's reaction to here we go. Here it is.
Okay, hold on.
And you might have to put you have to put the voice up. And his reaction, like he didn't miss a beat. Oh my God, this was like so hilarious.
Okay, here we go.
No, like had a better filet mignon. I had it more like softer and at least seasoned that I don't need any sauce on it. So I give it 2 yums.
Okay, so there was some confusion with the temperatures of our steaks, which we really didn't know because it is like very darker in here. So I ordered a blue steak, which I think it was more so coming out as like rare. But little did we know that they mixed up the plates, and actually Conductor, after I brought it up, he noticed it, and he had me take a piece of his steak or his filet mignon, and it turns out that I ended up with his, he ended up with mine. So essentially, he cleared his plate, was essentially my plate. But how is my filet mignon?
Couldn't be more perfect if they tried. Oh, no. Dude.
I am so glad I got that on camera. I am so glad I got that on camera.
Oh my God. I was like dying, dude. I was trying not to choke to death. I was dying just laughing. Oh my God. Oh God. It was hilarious. I'm not even, did I say anything after the restaurant, like in front of Space 220? No, I didn't. I don't think there was a funny moment. I don't think there was.
No, I think for just the Space 220, I think that was the moment right there.
Yeah. That was perfect, though. Yeah. You have to admit, Oscar Gold winning content right there.
Absolutely. That was perfect.
Oh, 100%.
And everyone watching, like, if we literally let our cameras run 24/7 of this trip,
good. It would be Jackass times 100. Literally, it would. I'm not even kidding. Oh my gosh! But I'm gonna pull up. Let's see. We are gonna watch. Let me see. Because I want to get. I think we're gonna move away from Universal. We're gonna go to the Disney side because you have the Magic Kingdom video. I want to play that, and then we have like 1 or 2 more topics, and then we're gonna end tonight. But here we go from the Magic Kingdom. This is all courtesy of Hollow Gelato and his wonderful wife Abigail. Here we go. Let me share the screen here. And here we go. So we were staying at the All-Star Movies. Actually, a not a bad resort. I loved it. Everything about it was awesome.
Yeah, I love the All-Star resorts, whether it's movies or music. I'm not a fan of sports only because that's where they have like all the sports teams and like the cheer competitions. A lot of teenagers and kids, and like it's just like, no thanks, I'll pass. But movies and music I absolutely love. It's a very charming resort hotel. They have different sections of it, you know, where, you know, you could be staying in the 101 Dalmatians, you could be staying in Toy Story, you could be staying in Herbie the Love Bug, the Mighty Ducks. We were in a preferred room, so we were in the 101 Dalmatians section, which is basically right there by the main building. Like we didn't have to walk far at all.
No, that was awesome. And then John wanted to ask, were the mattresses firm, like hard?
Or no, I sleep like a baby on those mattresses.
Same here. I didn't have any issues. It felt really comfortable. I thought. I love this train station. I love that. That was awesome.
Yeah, you definitely get like you could see with Magic Kingdoms that the train station is much higher, like higher up, because essentially right here, while we're about to go into Magic Kingdom, we're actually not on ground level.
No.
Ground level is the utilidors.
Yes.
So yeah, we're actually up a good, what was it, like 15 or 20 feet off, ground level.
Yeah. And you can kind of see the similarities behind you. You got the theater right there, which is a massive building. You had the train station, and then there's the castle, but he actually turns the camera around and films me and Tommy. And Abby's kind of just like, okay. Okay. So we're coming. It's our first time seeing the castle. Tommy's wearing that really cool, awesome shirt. Loved it. So we walk, and then Tommy's like, "Oh my god!" And then I'm like, kind of saying the same thing. Tommy's all buzzed. I love it. He was excited. I was excited. That thing is massive, even from a distance. And when you're up close, it's even more massive.
Yeah, and I'm so glad that they got majority of the painting done for the castle, that we got to see it in its original colored format.
100%.
Because I haven't seen it like that in years.
Yeah.
Like, it's been years for me.
It had your favorite colors, Pepto-Bismol.
Oh God, I don't know what is it with Disney with them using that color scheme, but they gotta like get away from it.
Oh my gosh.
But I love the original colors for Cinderella Castle.
Oh dude, it was so awesome. And then I could see the different similarities to Main Street a little bit. Like their Main Street Cinema, that was like an entrance for, wasn't that an entrance for one of the stores?
It's a store, yeah. So it's basically, even though it says Main Street Cinema, it's just the facade.
Yeah, because ours is actually a little theater.
Little theater, yeah.
So that was a difference right there. And then where that yellow building is off to the left, that's usually that favorite restaurant we like going to on Main Street. Carnations.
Yeah.
So there was definitely similarity, or like differences, but similarities at the same time. And I think one of the biggest noticeable things I saw once we passed the main street, well, first of all, the street itself is wider. I could definitely tell that 100%.
That's the one thing that I do miss when tackling the parks is, well, Disney World parks, the sidewalks and the walking path is very wide. There's tons of room for people to walk.
100%. And then as soon as we pass these buildings, you have two, one on each side, like green space areas. It's all grass, like that fake grass, and then they have like a sitting area where you can relax, have a picnic, whatever. I'm about to show it right now, I think, but it's just, you don't have that, because literally on the right side of the street we have the Plaza Inn, on the left side of the street we have Jolly Holidays, so we don't have that. And then boom, you have Tomorrowland right in that direction I'm showing. So that was pretty cool. But you could definitely tell the differences. Like, I'm glad I was able to experience Magic Kingdom. I can't wait to go back next year with you, George, and Tommy, to go see that. But this is that green space I was talking about. We don't have that at Disneyland. We don't.
Yeah, it's basically like a little chill down area that you could just kind of sit, relax. If you have young kids, they could take a little rest. Or if a lot of times people bring in their laptops, where if they're on a business trip or something, and they just like being in the headspace of Magic Kingdom, they'll sit and they'll do their work right there.
That's awesome.
Now, this is also an area that they use for the Disney Fairy Tale weddings. They'll use that area for seating arrangements, or maybe if they have like the after party, they have like the table set up. So they'll utilize that if someone wants to put out the money and actually get married in the park.
I think last time I heard it was like $100,000 to do
It
that.
is expensive.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm sorry. I love my I would love my future wife as the next person. 100 grand I could put down on the house, or at least 80 of it, and use 20 grand for a honeymoon or something.
Yeah,
That's
and
kind of
it's literally, yeah. I mean, I know a lot of people do it, and if you could afford it, God bless you. But like,
sure.
yeah, me, I'd rather put the money out for the honeymoon, have
Yeah.
an extravagant, vacation.
Oh, 100%. And this was kind of cool because we're catching them painting the castle during park hours. So that was pretty cool to see. That was
Yeah.
pretty awesome. And my gosh, those guys are brave. Like, I mean, me and George went on the damn Mickey Fun Wheel at DCA and I was shaking. I can't imagine being on the damn boom lift like that, especially that guy on the higher part painting that.
Well, you see, that's what I'm saying. Like, see, they're all the way high up. They have no cage or fence protecting them. So, like, why do we need it on the fun wheel?
Oh, you're a piece of work. Because I actually value my life just a little bit more than probably anyone else. Maybe just a tad little bit. But walking into Tomorrowland, let me ask you, because again, you are a veteran when it comes to Walt Disney World. Do you think, and do you agree with everyone that is a Florida resident or has been to Walt Disney World so many times their head would spin, literally, that Tomorrowland is very outdated compared to the one at Disneyland?
I will say that both Tomorrowlands need significant help. I think they're both outdated, but when you want to compare the outdation, if you will, I still think Magic Kingdom is one step ahead of Disneyland's. I feel like that there's more room, there's more breathing room, there's kind of more to do in the sense. You have the People Mover, you have the Carousel of Progress. The Astro Orbiter is up on top of the People Mover where it belongs. I'm not a fan of Magic Kingdom Space Mountain. That I have to say I'm not a fan of. I prefer Disneyland's. Again, the Tomorrowland Speedway, just like Disneyland's Autopia, they can go, both of them.
Sure.
Magic Kingdom has Tron. So right now, and then of course they're going to open up the new revamped Buzz Lightyear, which I can't believe we just missed it by a month.
We did.
But I have to say, honestly, I have to lean more towards Magic Kingdom's Tomorrowland as being the better out of the two. Again, I'm not saying that it doesn't need help. It does. But I think you can kind of get away with Magic Kingdom's Tomorrowland over Disneyland's.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Being that Magic Kingdom's Tomorrowland it still needs help, but not as bad as Disneyland's. If they were going to do significant work, let's say they kept the People Mover, they kept I won't go that far, but the People Mover, Astro Orbiter, they kept the Carousel of Progress and that, but they ripped out their Space Mountain since it doesn't have any significant ties to Walt, and they rebuilt it like the one in Shanghai Disney with some of the kind of like which one
For Tokyo?
Oh, I'm sorry, Tokyo. I get those things mixed up.
They're all
different.
Yeah.
It's crazy, but Tokyo's Tomorrowland, Space Mountain. They tear out the Magic Kingdom one, put that one in there, and they kind of have the updated elements throughout the land, and they incorporated in this. Would that be significant enough?
I think so. I think a lot of Tomorrowland's issues aren't really the attractions. I feel like it's the aesthetic of the land. And I feel like if they were to revamp Space Mountain to what you were saying, like a version kind of like what they're doing in Tokyo, because the outward aesthetics of Space Mountain, of what it's going to look like, kind of gives off that Tron feel. It kind of gives off that kind of color scheme and everything. So that way the Space Mountain could kind of be cohesive with Tron.
I think so. My thing is, you think they would touch Magic Kingdom's Tomorrowland before they touched ours? Or do you think ours needs more help than theirs does at this current moment?
I think they may touch Disneyland's first, and I'll give you a couple reasons why. As I had already mentioned, they already revamped Buzz Lightyear.
Yes.
They already added in Tron. I think if they were going to revamp Tomorrowland down in Florida, they would have done Tron and Buzz Lightyear as a package deal with the rest of the land.
100%.
They didn't touch nothing yet with Disneyland's Tomorrowland.
No, they did not.
Nothing. They're not revamping Buzz Lightyear out in Disneyland. Why? Why aren't they revamping it? They could have done it simultaneously with Magic Kingdom. Why aren't they doing that? Because I feel like they have a bigger plan in mind for Disneyland's Tomorrowland. And I think, and I could be wrong, I don't want to give people the wrong impression, but I have a... Geez, stay. My thing is, Disney has been kind of amping the notion that Disneyland's 75th is going to be bigger than its 70th. How can they top the 70th with the 75th? They're going to have to do something big to the park that is a game changer.
Well, okay.
I think for Disneyland's 75th, they're going to revamp Tomorrowland.
Okay, let me ask you this then. If they do that, and let's say they don't open it until the 80th, that's 5 years. Is there any part of that? See, I can't even speak. Is there any part of our Tomorrowland you would save, or you just say, knock it all to the ground, rebuild the whole damn thing, start from scratch?
I would really knock everything out except for Space Mountain. I would change the outward aesthetic of it,
okay,
but I would keep the type of track and vehicles. It's very smooth and everything. Maybe replace the track, because it's wear and tear, sort of like how they did with Big Thunder.
Sure.
It's a lot of wear and tear, but I would keep Space Mountain. I would say get rid of everything else. That could possibly be why they still have that damn wall that's been sitting there for God knows how long, for 6 years, that they said that they were going to do something with. I don't know. It's still sitting there. It's kind of sad in a way. But my thing is, I don't necessarily think they're going to start it for the 75th and open it for the 80th. I personally think if there's a big announcement that they may surprise us with D23, is they announce it now, but have it completed for the 75th.
That's possible, but that's only 4 years. You think that's possible?
I think if they really, honestly, with Damaro at the helm, and if he really wants to put his name out there and do some big work, I think they can kind of haul ass with that. I really do. Because I think that as much as I wouldn't mind them demolishing the whole entire Tomorrowland and starting from nothing, I don't think they're going to do that. I think they're going to close it off and add new aesthetics to the land.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So you're saying literally everything would get demolished besides Space Mountain? Everything?
I would say, honestly, well, no, I think honestly Buzz Lightyear would stay, but I think that's why they're holding that off they're going to revamp Buzz to what they're doing at Magic Kingdom now, but it's going to be part of the Tomorrowland revamp for the 75th.
Okay, so you would keep Buzz, you would keep Space, anything else?
Honestly, I would rework the track and bring back the People Mover.
Okay, that was the next question I was going to ask you. Personally, for me, I'm going to be very honest with you. I personally would, if they're going to rip out Star Tours, they're going to rip out the old track of the People Mover. They're going to rip out the Star Wars launch bay. They're going to rip out maybe Galactic Grill, get rid of that. They possibly could rip out Autopia, maybe. And I know David from Fresh Bake would probably be mad that I said that, but if you rip that out.
And honestly, I would get rid of the subs. I'd keep the lagoon, but I would get rid of the subs. Yeah.
Okay. So if you rip all that out.
And clear out the motorboat cruise area.
Okay. And you clear that out. If they brought back the People Mover, you think to make it ADA compliant, like John mentioned in the comments, do you think they'll build it like Magic Kingdom's Tomorrowland, where it kind of wraps around the buildings and it has enough widened track where if they need to evacuate, they have space to do so? Because obviously our People Mover track that we have is not ADA compliant. But if they don't get rid of it, it's grandfathered in.
The only problem with them doing that is if it can work, but the buildings are so huddled together because Tomorrowland is so small over at Disneyland, where everything is more breathable. It's more fleshed out at Magic Kingdom, where they can add extended track. I don't know how that would actually go. I would prefer for them to do that. I just don't know. I think if to your point, if they were to knock all that stuff down and rebuild out, then yeah, and it gives them more breathing room, then I would say, yeah, they should do that for sure.
No, 100%. I think it's more impossible. Again, if they're going to keep Buzz Lightyear and they're going to keep Space Mountain but rip everything else out, it's more impossible.
Yeah.
It's more impossible. I think it's way, again, I'm not a construction person, so I couldn't tell you. I found this interesting, though. So in Frontierland, we have the Golden Horseshoe. Right. No. They have to get fancy. They call themselves the Diamond Horseshoe. But it's basically the same thing, right? We didn't walk in there.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, I think it's more so they had to call it something else because I felt like the Golden Horseshoe is such an iconic landmark in a sense in its own right in Disney history that they just had to come up with the same thing but just name it differently.
Oh yeah, 100%. So, okay. You want to tell everybody about this because you even said, as we're waiting to be seated, a lot of people skip this restaurant, but it's definitely an experience. If you are looking for experiences, definitely a restaurant to go check out. You want to tell everyone about that?
Absolutely. So, yes, this is the Be Our Guest restaurant inside the Beast Castle as part of the new Fantasyland expansion that they did when they first announced it back in 2009 for the very first D23. And I think it officially opened in 2012, I believe. So it took them 3 years for it to go from paper to reality. But I will say it is very immersive inside the Beast Castle. I think this is a great restaurant for anyone who is there for the first time and to kind of get like a full immersive experience. There are 3 different rooms that you can dine in. There's the Grand Ballroom, which is like the iconic scene where Belle and the Beast had their first dance to the Beauty and the Beast song. You could also dine in the West Wing, which is basically Beast's room, where you have the Enchanted Rose and everything's tore up. It's kind of dark in there. And then the third room is, I forget what the third room is called, but it kind of has a statuette of Belle and the Beast dancing, and it's rotating. But the whole restaurant is beautiful. It is pricey.
Yes.
I say that if you do have the dining plan, it does take 2 sit down vouchers per person. But I think it's worth it. I think if you have enough time and you have enough sit down table services as part of your dining plan, or if you feel a little bougie like I do and you want to spend a little bit, this is the waiting room that's kind of like the parlor where Beast actually was pacing back and forth in the movie. And this is me explaining that by the fireplace. And Cogsworth, Miss Potts, and Lumiere were up on the mantle kind of saying, you have to be a gentleman, control your temper and all that. So I love how they incorporated almost every room from the movie. And yes, that chair is gigantic. Abby sat down in it, and they did that on purpose because it's supposed to fit the Beast, so it's but I am so glad. I was hoping we were going to be able to dine in the ballroom, and sure enough, we had one of the best seats in the house. We were right in the front center where we were able to see the bay windows, the chandelier. We got the whole scape of the room, and it was perfect.
Oh, it was 100%. And as the dinner went on, phenomenal. You want to tell everyone about that? The little surprises we saw? There were 2 of them.
Let me see. One, right. So there is an added addition little surprise that they do add to this restaurant. And I'm not sure if I told the guys this, or maybe I did and they forgot about it, but they were so surprised and excited when they announced the Beast, and he comes out periodically and he'll greet the guests and everything. They used to have where the Beast meets, does a meet and greet, but I feel like it was in the room that we were in when we were waiting, but I think it just got so crowded for people to meet the Beast and everything. It was just an operations nightmare. So unfortunately they cut that out. Sure. But yeah, the Beast does walk around from table to table. He'll bow and he'll wave and everything. So I think that's a nice little added touch to that. And also, if you can't really see from the table, but if you walk up to the bay windows, there's an effect where it looks like it's snowing.
That was cool.
Yeah, so I love how they added that effect.
Yeah, that was really cool.
And then what was the other one? Am I missing one?
Yeah, I think you got the Beast on camera, didn't you, in this video?
Yes.
Okay. So the other one, I'll explain the other one.
So I think I know what the other one was. The other one was an impromptu that we didn't know.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think I got that on camera briefly. I just got
Okay. So basically what it was, we were getting done eating dinner. That French onion soup was delicious, by the way.
I will say, honestly, the Be Our Guest restaurant has one of the best French onion soups.
That was awesome. And then Abby had...
He had the lobster crab bisque. She was not happy with it.
Yeah.
I didn't really care for it myself. They put too much green in it, to be honest with you.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, Abby, if you're watching it, because...
But this was phenomenal. Look, I do my cheese pull test. I mean, look at that.
That's cheesy. That's cheesy. I'm not gonna lie. But again, our wait staff
she's poor Abby.
She was not happy.
She was not happy with hers.
God, no. But I do have to say, the wait staff, that there's me in the corner, and George is laughing.
Yeah, look, he's
literally dying.
You're just in your own space. You're just eating your French onion soup.
Oh God. Oh my gosh. I do have to say though, the wait staff for both Universal Orlando and Walt Disney World, top notch.
I have to say, I don't think we had any issue
with
any cast member or any team member. Not one.
if anything, they wanted to help more.
They did.
Which is, oh geez, here we go. Yep, there's the cheese there. Yeah, it's hanging on. There it is. And it couldn't be any more better because it was cold outside. It was rainy. George is wearing his goofy shirt, and he has cheese sticking up like that. Perfect.
Yeah. That's...
Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
And mind you, folks, the Beast, again, he looks big on camera. You have to see this guy in person. He's taller than I am, and
That's
lot of you know how tall I am. This guy's taller and bigger. I'm like, holy crap. I'm like, dang. I kind of wish, though, it wouldn't have been cool if they had Bill and they were dancing in the little center right there.
And you did tell me that when we were there. I think that would have been if they did like a little waltz or something in the center of the room. That would have been really cool.
That wouldn't have been cool. But yeah, he is humongously big. I'm like,
so he ends up like walking away, and I thought he snubbed us.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you bastard! Like, why'd you do that? Like, I thought he was just passing us up, but luckily he was starting on one side of the room, and then he circled back.
I kind of feel bad for those people on the back wall. He didn't even get close.
Yeah, I wouldn't want one of those tables up against the wall. Like,
no, he came right at us though. He's like right there. It's like, yep, we're coming to visit. I see cameras. I want to get close. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool.
And what I love too is depending on the time, like of how long you're there, he'll come out a couple times. He'll make a couple rounds.
I think he did it like 3 times while we were there.
I believe so. Yeah.
Let me see if I could try to find that part. If not,
it's brief. Like I didn't get I think I just recorded them standing there. Oh, there it is.
Okay, so this couple right here, the guy in the blue shirt and the girl in the white dress, the guy actually proposed in the middle of the restaurant. Everyone's clapping, celebrating, and having a great time. I don't think Beast was out at that point, but everyone's having a good time. She said yes. It's like the perfect fairy tale and the perfect restaurant to do that in too.
Yeah, I think honestly, if you were to pick a restaurant in Magic Kingdom, like that was like the perfect. And this was right after she said I do. Or I will, yes, not I do, but yes. And everyone clapped, and it was perfect because we were receiving our desserts, and Abby got the rose. I think all 3 of you got the rose, didn't you?
Yeah, it was really good. Like I love, and then you got the creme brulee.
I got the creme brulee. I had to get the creme brulee. Remy D's asking, doesn't this make you want to go to Tokyo Disneyland to ride the Beauty and the Beast ride?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Like literally. If there is one ride that Disney has created that I want to experience so bad, it is the Enchanted Tale of the Beauty and the Beast.
Oh, by far. Oh, by far. And then you're getting our reaction. And then let's see. Let's see.
Oh, and then Animaniac, welcome in, says, I think they should replace Buzz at Disneyland with something else. Interesting.
Well, people have said a Wreck-It Ralph attraction.
Well, Wreck-It Ralph was supposed to go in Stitch's Great Escape building, which that never happened. So that's still an empty building at Magic Kingdom. It's still sitting stagnant. I don't know what they're going to do with it.
Yeah, I think the last time I heard anything about it, they're using it as an employee break room, or I don't know what, maybe a storage room or something.
Go figure.
Crazy. Yeah. But overall, your thoughts of going back to Magic Kingdom?
Oh, of my thoughts of going back like next time or coming back from this trip? Like
coming back from this trip.
I have to say, because, Disneyland became my new home, since coming out to Cali. So I get to go, very often. I was just there today. I was at Disneyland before, coming back to record with you. So I get to see Disneyland very frequent, and that's what it used to be for Walt Disney World. So now that the roles have reversed, it was very refreshing to go back down to Florida and be in Magic Kingdom again. The park where it all started for me. For all of you, for you, for Abby, for Tommy, Disneyland started it for you guys because you were born and raised here. I was a late bloomer when it came to Disneyland. My home park or home resort was Walt Disney World. And so the fact that, to kind of make a full 360 and go back to where it all began for me, and to have you guys with me and for you to experience it for the first time and for me to watch you guys experience, that was really cool.
No, by far. And I want to tell you this before playing this next video, because this is going to get kind of hot and steamy here. I'm not playing the whole thing, but I think the best part, seriously, the best part of the whole trip, at least for me, was hanging out with two of the closest friends I have known, starting my YouTube channel almost 3 years ago. And I couldn't be more happy to experience Universal Orlando and Walt Disney World with not only Tommy, which it was his first time as well, but George and Abby. It was like literally a fairy tale that you can't rewind. It's something that happened. It's something that will be forever etched in my mind as a wonderful memory. And the way that George planned out that trip, every single reservation, every single location, park, ride, just navigating. It was all George. It was all George. He did all the planning. It was literally a year in process where there were times George, he could tell you, he woke up at 2-3 in the morning to make reservations for a restaurant that we might not experience for 6 months, but he did it. He planned it. And I do thank him so very much, literally, for encouraging the dining plan, because the dining plan, I really did feel it saved.
I think the dining plan saved all our asses, to be honest with you. And I haven't had the dining plan in a while, and I was questioning it a little bit because I haven't done it in a while, but after getting it back, I'm like, okay, now I see why I used to do it all those years. But aside from that, thank you so much for the kind words. Honestly, Conductor, as I said, I don't think there's really, and I've said this to you before, and I think this is the third time I'm saying this, I don't get speechless, short of words a lot. But I don't know, something about like when you mention stuff, like I'm lost for words, to be honest with you. But I am so glad, and you're absolutely right. Like looking back at all the video footage that we've been showcasing, it's like it's out there, it's out there for life, and we get to relive it through those memories. And as much as we have more adventures on the way, and I can't wait to experience them with you guys, and we get to go back. As I said to you before this trip, there will always be that first trip. You will never, ever get that first trip back. So the fact that I was able to do that for you guys, the fact that I was able to not even just do it for you, but also be a part of it with Abby, I think the four of us had a blast. I mean, there was like, and I'm so glad everything, worked out the way that it did. Everything moved seamlessly with the reservations and all the bookings and putting all the puzzle pieces together. And yeah, I would get up because I would be 3 hours behind Florida time. So when their reservations went up at 6, I had to be up at 3. But I was more than happy to do it. I couldn't wait to get up at 3. I think that was the first time I got up at 3 a.m. with a smile on my face, where I'm just like on my phone and I'm just like, yep, we'll take this one. We'll take this one. We'll take this one. And it's like the only one that didn't turn out the way that it didn't. And I was a little bit bummed, but we will have it the next time. And that was the California Grill, because that one used to take 2 sit-down restaurants, and now it doesn't take the dining plan at all.
Yes.
And we were considering on still going to the California Grill, but it is wicked expensive. It is $100 per person, not counting any add-ons that you would want to do. So you're probably looking at maybe like $150 per person. And I think we would have done it had we not spent at Space 220. I think if we didn't do Space 220, we probably would have done California Grill. But I'm still glad everyone got to experience Space 220. And I think when we go back down, California Grill will be the next big hotel that we can kind of save, and we'll go and dine at, because I absolutely love that restaurant. But I'm so glad that you guys got to experience Steakhouse 71.
Oh, by far. It was phenomenal. I loved it. And I love that there was homage and tribute to Walt, because I never went into Steakhouse 55 at the Disneyland Hotel, and I wish I would have, and I didn't. So I'm glad I was able to check out Steakhouse 71. That was really awesome. Again, wonderful food. No disappointment on my end whatsoever. But overall, the trip was an absolute success. And literally, I think after our first Disney park day, me and George really started looking at numbers for next summer, because we're going to be right back down there to hopefully see Tropical Americas open. And then George wants to take me on my first ever Disney cruise. So that should be excitement.
Yeah, I cannot wait for. And I think Conductor is starting to kind of see my way of processing how I do vacations, because he just jumped right in. While we were on vacation, we're talking about next year's vacation. That's just how we do it. But yeah, that I cannot wait, because again, just like your first experience at Walt Disney World, your first experience at Universal Orlando, that you're going to have that same experience with the cruise line.
100%. Well, again, trip was phenomenal. I loved it. But let's go back home for a minute here at Disneyland with this lovely person, to put a G rated.
Yes.
And not anything above that. This guy calls himself Oblivion. This guy got, I don't know what he did, like at the beginning to enter the park, but eventually he met up with, well, actually security met up with him and the girlfriend, her, and they caused a disturbance. You've watched this video, right? Or at least this part going forward?
Yes, I have.
Okay. I'm not going to play all the audio, because I think he kind of gets a little verbal, and I don't want to get too, I don't want to get a copyright strike or anything, but I'm going to tell you this. Do you think he was causing issues in the park?
I mean,
like a disturbance?
I didn't really from what I was watching, I don't think I've seen anything kind of out of the ordinary that I haven't seen like regular teenagers doing, but I don't know. Maybe someone kind of tipped them off and like said who it was.
Well, okay, so he was live streaming, and there was 14,000 people, according to him, that were watching his live stream. and he got swatted online. Okay. This lady right here in the yellow vest, head of security for the Disneyland Resort. The other person that's kind of talking off to the side is the number 2 head of security. Both females. A lot of people were going back and forth in the DMs and all that, saying that Oblivion and his girlfriend were causing issues. Live streaming, and then the whole swatting incident, because I guess they had helicopters show up. You have all these cops from the Anaheim Police Department showing up on property. That caused a disturbance because obviously
yeah, I think that they would have gotten escorted out
Yes.
if they were disruptive. But the fact that the SWAT team was involved, helicopters, someone had said something that made it to be really serious.
100%. Okay, so again, I'm not going to play the audio. Again, things kind of get a little verbal, but a lot of people didn't like Oblivion doing what he was doing. A lot of people didn't like the security, thought this female here in the yellow vest was being a little too aggressive and rude.
And I think the reason why it may come across that way is because I feel like whatever got recorded and shown to the public, it's not the full story. So I feel like, to the credit of the officers, or whoever you would call them, I feel like they had more information as to why they reacted and how they were speaking to them. That wasn't released out into public. So when people watch it, they're saying, whoa, they're like, why are they being so harsh? Why are they doing this? And I think it's because I feel like the full story really wasn't put out into public.
No. And John Make It Rain says, all I can say is that the main security lady, the lady in the yellow vest, needs more training. The kids weren't wise with their words. But it also, I heard stories that this lady here, she didn't even really know what live streaming was or what swatting was. That was a growing.
Well, and Rudio says allegedly he was throwing gang signs at another group in the Esplanade area.
Oh, see, I didn't know that part.
See, and that's where I think it kind of goes both ways. I feel like, again, where we don't know the full story on both ends, when you're only seeing a little bracket of what we're watching, we could say, he's done this, or the officer didn't do that, right, and this and that. But I think if we knew the whole story from beginning to end of what really went on, then I think it would shed more light on the subject. Rudia says the lead here needs to be retrained on de-escalation.
It's possible because, again, she's the head of security for the Disneyland Resort. So if she's out of touch on modern day technology, she does need to be retrained. That's not being mean or offensive, but you have to, especially being in security, you have to be up with the times.
Well, do you know why? Because I feel like security at Disneyland isn't up to the times. They're all hand checking bags. And that's part of the problem. They need to update everything and get them up to code.
100%.
I don't get it.
Animaniac says basically someone made a prank call, but the security lady is out of touch. Again, stating that Chris West says after everything happened, they trespassed them when they got to the trams. So actually, I am going to play a little bit of the audio, but if he starts getting weird, I'm going to mute it. But here we go. Here's the interaction.
Yeah, Ben, I legit didn't do anything, though.
This has disrupted our business, so therefore we're asking to leave our property.
That's fine, but could we at least get a refund? We just paid.
No, at this point, no. We are not taking care of a refund tonight.
Okay. Well, who are you? And who are you?
I'm Tina. I'm the security watch commander. I'm the person in charge of security for the scene.
Can we talk to a manager?
I am the manager in charge.
I'm not trying to talk to a manager for security. I'm trying to talk to a manager here. We didn't do anything though.
Tonight, your days have ended.
That's fine. All I'm looking for is a refund, and that's it.
So I'm going to tell you this. I've also seen people making comments I don't know if it's Oblivion's, fan base or just people online just want to cause trouble. But they are actually calling out for both these security ladies for the Disneyland Resort, 2 heads of security for the Disneyland Resort to be fired because they feel like they didn't handle it very well.
Is there any updates on either side?
No. As far as I know, I haven't heard anything. Personally, for me, there were mistakes made, and I'm going to play some more, but there were mistakes made. Oh, I love this. My gang sign is DW Dole. I think what he needs to do is maybe contact a lawyer and kind of do what Adam the Woo did if he really wants to go down that road and file for reinstatement where he can be allowed back on Disneyland property. Now when it comes to
this is where I get confused of like really what was fully being done here, because I'm just going to just call it out as it is. I love Adam. I miss him to death. I wish he was still with us. But of some of the stuff that he did in his past, he did a lot of trespassing, in areas that he shouldn't have. Yeah. So I could understand why they trespassed him.
Yes.
I'm glad that they reinstated him. I'm glad that he was able to get back to the parks. I wish Universal would have considered it, before his passing.
Yeah.
But I'm still trying to figure out, and Rudio said that he was allegedly throwing gang signs and everything. I still think there's still something missing that we don't know. Because I don't think that security would have approached him if it was just something of what was shown on camera.
Well, the thing is, the whole backstory to the live stream, before I play some more, is the fact that someone in his live stream, I don't know,
right?
Yeah, Oblivion got swatted, and the cops showed up on Disneyland property, inside Disneyland. And I think that's where these 2 ladies, the 2 heads of security for the Disneyland Resort, met up with them. Said, what's going on? We see a helicopter above and all this other stuff. And that's when they told the security, hey, we got a guy that is causing a dangerous threat. That's basically what swatting is to a point, from my understanding. And that's when this whole thing transpired. But I'm going to play more of the video so you can hear it.
If you want to, she was trying to explain that to you. You can go on our website, okay? But unfortunately tonight,
okay, but I'm just trying to talk to someone right now to get a refund.
Unfortunately, no. You're speaking with Emily and myself, who are the security managers for the resort.
I'm not doing nothing. I'm complying with your orders. What else?
It's a disruption to our business at this point, so we're gonna be asking your group to leave.
All right, then. That's fine. Thank you.
And we're gonna walk you guys out, and we would like to have name. We would like to see your ID.
We're good. Thank you.
We appreciate it. We'll just leave.
So they're not showing.
Charlie, what?
More than likely, this could be an indefinite if you come back.
No, we
again,
need to,
because of your.
Can we pay for these at least or no?
If you're taking them,
Yeah.
if you're gonna take them, then you could go to jail for petty theft. So we wouldn't.
Oh my.
Okay, right there. First problem that I see. Oblivion didn't want to show his ID. Why that was the case, I don't know, but I guess that's his right. But this security lady here, when he asked, hey, can I pay for this real quick? And she came up with that kind of smart ass remark. Do you think that was really appropriate?
No, I think honestly, the response that she gave when he asked, can we want to get these? Can we pay for them? And she's saying, if you walk out with them, that is considered, we could charge you with theft. That's not what his question was.
Yeah.
His question was, can we pay for it so it wouldn't be theft?
Yeah.
So I think honestly, and I'm not saying he was in the right, and I'm not saying that she was in the right. I feel like there was just a lot of misconstrued on both ends. And that's why I felt like that nothing really constructively got done.
No. And I'm going to play a little bit more. This is literally at the tram because the altercation continues. And I think you need to hear it.
I said, yo, whoever just swatted me, bro, like, you got what you wanted, like, bro.
Y'all ruined the perfect day.
No, I'm not gonna give them my ID check for this. 5 stars going. Yeah, Chad, we only got like 2 stars on us right now.
I'll be honest, I'm not sure I came in from this. I'm just on the escort.
Let
me talk to you. So like, what's gonna happen now? Like, you know?
All of you are being issued a trespass admonishment, which means you are no longer welcome at Disneyland Resort property.
Like,
should you come back to the Disneyland Resort property, you will be subject to arrest for trespassing.
But I don't.
And that includes, let me finish, Disneyland Park, Disney California Adventure Park, all of downtown Disney, all parking areas, and all 3 of our resort hotels.
But I don't.
Disneyland's
I understand.
Hotel,
Okay.
Pixar Place Hotel, and the Grand California Hotel and Spa.
Can I say something? Can I speak now?
Let me finish this. I just need to make sure you all understand
Okay.
that if you violate the trespass admonishment and come back, you are subject to arrest. So that means you're coming back on property. Do you understand that?
Okay, can I talk now? No, I don't understand. Because, like, why am I getting trespass banned if it's not in my control of anything? Like, I don't understand.
Unfortunately, your behavior. Then
What behavior, bro? Like,
disrupted our business operation.
it's not my behavior. It's not anything I did. It's just that they swatted it. Like, how's that my fault? I understand, but it's not my fault though. Like it's not my fault that there's 14,000 people watching and someone swatted.
It is your fault.
How?
You should have ended this live stream. Unfortunately, I know you don't want to because that's money for you. And
I should have ended it. How? Like what? Like I didn't know it was gonna happen.
Well, unfortunately, at this point, it's disrupted our
like,
business.
am I supposed to read people's minds that they're gonna swat me? Like
here's the thing. I don't know if this is how this works. I don't know. I'm still kind of not privy to like all the technological terms of everything of how things run.
Sure.
Say he got swatted, which he did, and she said end the live stream. If he ended the live stream, even after the fact of getting swatted, wouldn't the SWAT team still have been called? So what she was saying was the reason why you're getting trespassed from Disneyland property, she said your behavior, but then it went from your behavior to you keeping your live stream up. So I'm confused. So would he have gotten banned had he ended it anyway, regardless? Or if he would have ended the live, he would have been in the clear?
Well, here's the thing. This was a 4-hour video. Again, it was on YouTube for a live stream, but I think there was something at the very beginning, right when they were going through the entrance gates, and then throughout the night, his behavior didn't follow Disneyland guidelines. But I wasn't going to play the 4-hour video. We'd be here until tomorrow morning watching it.
Yeah, so John Make It Rain says, it's when you call in a false crime. It's very serious. If law enforcement or civilians get injured while investigating the fake crime, the person calling is held responsible. And that just makes my point. So if the person calling is responsible and it was a person who was on his live stream,
yeah,
wouldn't they be responsible and not necessarily him?
100%.
That's where I'm like, so when she says, well, you should have ended the live.
Yeah.
Ending the live didn't stop the person from swatting him.
Exactly. I'm going to play a little bit more, and then I want to ask you a few more questions about it.
Private property, and we have the right to.
I understand that. I understand that, but there's no way like you could at least be reasonable with it. Like this, it's not being reasonable whatsoever. You guys are acting like I did something which I didn't. All I've been doing was streaming. I bought a fucking bubble wand. I bought tickets, etc. Like, if you could show me proof of something I did, then I would understand. But there's legit nothing I did whatsoever. It's not my fault that someone else did everything like that, and like what, like why am I getting trespassed? Like I understand like for today, but for the other days, what?
I am talking about today. I didn't talk about any other day.
Oh, so we come back another day?
If this behavior continues and this activity, but if you guys live stream and we have the same type of behavior, you will be.
That's not gonna happen again.
You could have just said that.
I said you were issued a trespass admonishment. But
You said everywhere.
I did everywhere on the Disneyland Resort property, and it is now going to be indefinite for the attitude.
Wait,
So you're not welcome. No, you're no longer welcome back.
Wait, what?
At this today. It's not at this
She
point.
said we can go. Let's just leave.
This is going to be. You guys are not taking it the right way. So at this point in time, the fact that you've been uncooperative.
This is where I feel like
she didn't de-escalate. She added more tension.
She added, because when she said you're trespassed, and I think this is where this is where a lot of people get the misunderstanding, is when they say you are trespassed, they don't say for how long. They just say you're trespassed. So in their minds, they're thinking, oh, we're trespassed for forever. But she's running down the list. You're trespassed from downtown Disney. You're trespassed from the hotels. It makes it sound like it's permanent. Yes. If she would have came out and said, for today,
you're trespassed everywhere.
You're trespassed, because they didn't know. Because honestly, when she confirmed with them and said, oh no, this is just for today, they were like confused. They were like, oh, well, we're sorry. We'll never do this again. Whatever they did, we were misunderstood. And then she's saying that they copped an attitude. So now it's indefinite. So now they're even more confused. It's like,
yeah,
I don't know. I just think that this whole thing on both sides, it was very unclear from them, and it was very unclear with the security.
100%. I got a little bit more, and then we'll move on to something a little more happy after this.
You have not provided identification. You've refused to provide names.
No, it's because I thought it was forever.
You are no longer welcome back.
Wait,
property. That includes all the areas I explained. Do you all understand that?
We're leaving.
No, like I was genuinely. Can I say something? I was genuinely confused, and I'm surprised that, because I thought you were talking about forever. That's why I was confused. But if it's just for today, then okay.
No, it's going to be indefinite. Right now, we need to have a cooling off period, because your behavior and the actions of your live streaming, what it caused,
but
and how it disrupted our business.
But you just said a day though.
So how about we just get on the tram, and if you guys want to reach out to our guest claims department.
But like that's so unfair, and you guys know that's unfair. Like what?
But as far as tonight, our day is done.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, just for tonight.
But right now, you guys need a cooling off period, and we're not going to let that happen for you. It's going to be a while.
Oh no, yeah, we can take a month off.
At this point, there'll be an indefinite piece. So if you reach out to Disney,
okay, I have to. I'm going to end that part of it. I'm going to tell you this. Like I said earlier, there are people online that want both those managers fired.
I'll say this, because it's not my place to say.
It's not my place either. I'm just repeating
No. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying it's not my place to say, oh, this person should get fired, this person should get banned. I'm just kind of in the middle, because honestly, I'm still very confused with it. Even though I've watched the video, I'm still confused on what information is still being missed on both sides of the party. So I would say there should be a bigger investigation on both sides.
100%.
They should investigate the people who were involved. They should investigate the people who were on the live stream. They should investigate the streamers, Oblivion, everybody, the security. Everybody should actually have their time to explain of what happened, because I feel like with the constant back and forth, everything was getting lost in translation on both ends, and it just became a bigger mess.
Well, I'm going to tell you this, and it kind of leads into this topic. Josh being named the new CEO of the Walt Disney Company is because when we listened to the shareholders meeting the other morning,
Yeah.
and I love doing those with you. It was awesome. And Josh was asked a question, and it was about a touchy subject that is kind of around the same lines of the security thing that happened with Oblivion and other security problems that we've seen at Disneyland and Walt Disney World on social media at times, is the DAWS system. Around the same level of aggravation from people. But going back to kind of tie the bow and knot on Oblivion, his whole crazy thing was by that experience right there, where both parties, it seemed like security and him, were both in the wrong at certain times, not all the time, but at certain times. And knowing now that what we've experienced at Walt Disney World with security being top notch, knowing what they're doing, updated, trained, as far as we know, overall, like what security should be for Disney. Do you think after watching this, which literally happened while we were on the trip, do you honestly think that Disneyland security, starting with those two women that are the head of security, need to be retrained, and he needs to trickle all the way down?
For certain instances of what we watched, yes, there were certain moments where when he said, "Can I buy this?" and then she says, "Oh, if you walk out with it, we can get you on theft." Like, I don't know, like where that came from, and then the confusion of the trespassing. Is it just for the one day, or is it forever? If they were confused, and then she changed her mind, and then it became more confusion. So I think, again, it's not as if she did it right or wrong, but I think it was just
a lot of confusion.
And I think when there's confusion that goes back and forth, it creates more issues.
Yeah.
So well, I think, honestly, I think a lot of times issues come from the higher head management, and it does trickle down with the lower. So maybe that's why a lot of the securities are not on the same page, because I've noticed that for years. When you go in through security, you have one security person saying, "Oh, you're good, you're fine." And then you have another security person saying, "No, that's not fine." Well, it's like, okay, well, which one is it? Because I want to be in the right. I don't want to go into the parks that of having something that I'm not supposed to, and then I get in trouble for someone else's mistake.
Yeah.
So, I think, honestly, and I'm right with Animaniac, I don't know if it's to the extent that they should be fired, but definitely, maybe look at different positions, or, as you said, retraining.
I think retraining needs to happen, because as far as I'm concerned, Walt Disney World security, they're on top of it.
Yeah, but again, I feel like it's how the operations are handled within each resort.
Which, when it comes to security, all security, doesn't matter if it's Walt Disney World or Disneyland, needs to be the exact same. There is no different. Security is...
security is security. Yeah, there really shouldn't be. But even with what you were saying with Universal, like how Universal Orlando has their own security, Hollywood's has a third party.
Yes. And the problem with having a third party security is the mere fact that you could get confusion. One day, like, let's say you're staying at the Hilton, or you're staying at a Sheraton, or you're staying at a hotel down the street, and you're coming to Universal multiple days. Let's say the first day you go through security at Hollywood, no issue. You get through fine with the little tripod, your mics, and everything. You're good. The second day, they hassle you about it. Then they make it a huge fiasco where you know, they have to call a supervisor, then you have to talk to the supervisor, and then finally, because the crowds start getting crazy, they let you through, but you wasted all of that time fighting with security or explaining yourself. Then the third day you go back,
now
security again.
This is what I think they should have done. Until they get the real story of what happened between the live stream
Sure.
and Oblivion and his girlfriend and his friends and what have you.
Sure.
Instead of doing a full trespass, what they should have done was freeze their passes for the time being until the investigation was done.
Yes.
So rather than say a full trespass, let's get to the bottom of it. Let's see what went on. Then we'll take it from there based off of our findings.
100%. Manny Uncanny says Disney needs to step up and provide rules and regulations for all streamers.
And I'm glad they brought that up. And thank you, Manny Uncanny, for joining in. And that was my next question to you. What, from this occurrence, what does that look like for you moving forward with streamers or eventually moving into in-park vloggers?
Okay. I know this problem has been going on for a little while now. People that are not streamers, vloggers, influencers, anything like that, and they go into the park, they're already irritated enough that they're dealing with security that might not be the top notch like it should be. That's the first problem. Well, actually, no, it starts before that with the parking situation and getting to the ticket booth or the parking booths. Then it's parking. Then it's walking. Then it's going to security again, which needs to be updated. Then it's going to walking through downtown Disney and walking through the Esplanade to get into either Disneyland or DCA. And by the time they go through all that hoopla and all that crazy nonsense, and they finally get into the park because they're not a local, they're a vacationer or a tourist, whatever you call them, the last thing they want is to see streamers and vloggers, you know, taking video or whatever, because not all of them, but a handful of them can be disruptive. And the problem with that is when you have that small amount of people, it ruins it for the rest of everybody else that does it. That's the first problem, because there's a lot of people, a lot of visitors that don't like streamers, don't like vloggers in the park. They don't.
Yeah.
They do not. So you have that problem. Then on top of that, you know, what is it going to come down to? Is Disney going to start implementing Universal Orlando rules like during HHN? Unless you have a media pass, you can't film. You can't do it.
But then you also look at the thing that what if people just want to video or take pictures of their kids, you know, and it's like, how do you separate that from
you can't
vlogging? Like, that's an even bigger mess.
Yeah, and you can't. And I don't know how they'll pull it off. There was a live stream last night on Theme Park and on Capture the Magic's channel, and I tuned in a little bit because they said, well, what if like vloggers get like a media pass, like they can apply for it, and Disney looks at their history, looks at you know their video content to see if they are, you know, a non-violent vlogger, if they've said any type of.
I mean, I could understand that, but again, like, how do you separate that from a regular person who then pulls their phone out and just starts recording their kids?
I'm not sure.
Like, that's where it's like, how do you differentiate? And then, I mean, I could see to that point, you know, if all vloggers or streamers, you know, they get a certain credential, you know, if Disney passes them, sort of like a DAS pass, you know, you have to go through all the hoops and bounds, unfortunately. And I know a lot of people don't like going through those hoops and bounds right now, because there's a lot of talk whether or not it's discrimination or if it's not being treated fairly, but at the same time, Disney's looking at it where the system got so corrupt that people were abusing it. So it's just a sticky situation on all ends, and it really feels like no matter which way you go, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
Well, see, the one thing I will say to kind of tie this off is I'm hoping now that Josh is the CEO, I'm hoping this problem reaches his desk and he makes a public announcement about it or a statement. I think that needs to be addressed because when you look at it, Josh is a parks guy and he can relate to a lot of us, whether it's people that just have a very much dear passion about the parks and the history of Disney in general, to the people that share the same interest but that are vloggers, live streamers like you and me.
And I think too, not to cut you off, but John Make It Rain makes a great point. 99% of Disney content people don't harass people, but there are other outside of the Disney groups, such as the Speed Kid and others, who just don't seem to care or understand why it's a problem. That is actually very true. Maybe it won't reach us to that point because of the content that we produce. And maybe to your point, that if or theme park and what that they were talking about, if they look at each person's history and if they go through their socials, they go through their media platform and say, okay, this is an actual genuine Disney person, you can kind of tell where with Oblivion, even though they're at Disneyland, they're not recording Disney content.
No,
they're just doing their live stream. Just so happens at Disneyland.
And I'm going to tell you,
but he's not a Disney vlogger. He's not a Disney live streamer.
No, and I'm going to tell you this: he has history about being swatted before. This is not his first time.
Well, and maybe that's where, maybe that the officer was kind of, even though it seemed that she was oblivious, maybe that's what she was told to be that way with them. Because they did know his history.
100%. We're going to answer this last question before we move on to Josh D'Amaro's statement. Animaniac says, when I Show Speed went to Disneyland, he had Plaid escorting him. But I think Disney invited him, so Disney likes the publicity too.
Yeah, I think for I Show Speed, I think he was invited. Or if he wasn't, I think Disney automatically knew kind of like the type of person that he was and what have you. So I think it's just different situations depending on who the content creator is. And let's see, Manny Uncanny says, I respectfully disagree. Not everyone knows of the situation. If Josh makes a statement, Oblivion gets more publicity.
It's possible, but again, you can't let that go. Because when you have the local police department and a helicopter flying over and possibly the SWAT team showing up on property, you can't sweep that under the rug. You can't. Because it was on Channel 5 News. It was on one other news organization, so enough people know about it. Maybe not everybody, but when it reaches the local news, you can't tell me that's not big enough where the CEO himself can't make a statement.
Do you think that he would kind of, I'm trying to think, not saying that he shouldn't make a statement, but do you think that it could possibly turn into a Bob Chapek kind of thing? Because again, that's how he was in, where his PR team was saying, oh no, say this, you got to back this up. And then he did, and they're like, oh, you got to retract it. You got to say, I think honestly right now with Josh just stepping in, I don't know if this is the right time. I mean, I know, a lot of things that it's out of each person's control, but I think with him just stepping in as CEO, I think because of what happened with Chapek,
yeah,
I think that would be the fear as to why with certain things to not say anything right away. Now, he may address it in a different format later on where he's maybe not calling out Oblivion or the situation, but he might say, due to issues that's been going around, with streaming and with this, we as a company have decided to do this.
Yes. And I'm going to tell you this. Maybe it's not wise at this very moment that Josh makes a statement. But again, if you don't publicize it at some point and say it's an ongoing issue we're looking at or we're looking into, then people are going to start to think you can get away with that stuff. And at some point, I'm going to be honest, it's going to come a time where people are going to disregard the rules even more, especially when it comes to live streaming. They're going to go into Disneyland, piss security off, and then at some point there's going to be restrictions where you can't live stream, and it's going to ruin it for everybody.
Unless a statement is being held until the full investigation is completed.
I hope that's the case, because I do think a statement needs to be put out, whether it's from Josh himself or the PR department. It needs to happen. No matter how people feel about it, needs to happen. John says, did KCal News cover the cops showing up at the people who called it? Actually, it was the next morning that they reported on it. I do know KTLA 5 reported on it, but there was one other news organization. I don't know who it was, but there were at least 2 news organizations that reported on it. So, and John says live streaming may be coming to an end. And that's specifically why I think the Disney company, whether it's Josh himself or the PR department, needs to make a statement. They shouldn't keep quiet, at least for the long term. I think at some point in the near future, they need to make a statement. It has to happen.
And as I think they'll wait for the full investigation to be completed, but I still think to kind of cover their ass, they'll make a statement where it's more abroad about the situation and not just call the individual out.
No, 100%. Any statement they made, I wouldn't want his name affiliated with it, like actually said, because Manny made a great point. You don't want to make a statement with his name on it because you're giving them more publicity. You don't want to do that. You want to address the actual issue, not him.
Yeah,
they already dealt with him. No matter how it transpired, which we watched, no matter how many people agree with it or disagree with it or whatever the case might have been, that's already taken care of. But again, this has been a problem for a long time. And Oblivion is just part of that chain that's been happening, because there have been families inside the parks that have actually complained to security about live streamers and vloggers.
I think with that though, and again, I think it depends on each situation of what vlogger that they're referring to, because those people might be complaining about the streamers and the vloggers, that they could be saying, you know what, we paid all this money, we brought our kids in, they can't see because you have all these people standing with their cameras, they can't, it's getting in our way and everything. They're talking on rides, we're seeing the lights from the camera while we're on the rides. I think that there could be other issues that could possibly stop live streamers and vloggers.
100%. And I don't want to see that happen. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's not that I want Disney to make a statement as of tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., but I don't want it to linger too long where they decide to restrict rules where we can't live stream, where there's going to be restrictions on vlogging because of one stupid vlogger that decided to be him and ruin it for everyone else. That is all I'm saying. The longer you don't address it as a company, the longer it gives the company the opportunity or individuals that influence the company to say, hey, you know what? We saw this incident. We can help you fix it. This is how you fix it. You know what I mean? Because it wouldn't be good.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, I just think like as far as like with other people complaining to Disney, I think it's just not in this kind of case. I think people are just finding ways just to complain about something,
Sure.
whether it's big or small.
No, 100% right. Well, George, for our last topic, I want to bring this up to you because obviously tomorrow got named the CEO while we're at Walt Disney World. And I want to ask you, because we're both planning on hopefully getting tickets to D23 in about 2 weeks if we have it planned correctly. What is something you want Josh and his administration to put out at D23 that would get you excited?
I think for me, like even right now, I feel like Josh is like really making moves even before D23. Like just the other day, they dropped a whole slate for the film division. And
Yes.
people were talking about it that, you know, there's going to be multiple Walt Disney animated films. There's going to be Pixar. There's going to be Marvel. I mean, I've never seen social media having big conversations just about dates.
Yeah.
There have been not even movies that were announced for these dates, but just the dates were dropped.
Yeah.
And people were, myself included, was talking online and saying, oh, what could this be? What could this? So, I mean, he's making moves. He's making, and I think Dana Walden is even part of that. So I think when it comes to D23, I feel like that the parks are going to get up-to-date news. Maybe a surprise here or there. But I feel like the studio is going to be one to be looked at.
100%.
Because I feel like that the studio has been very stale and stagnant. So I think now is the time, because in order to keep the parks thriving, you need the studio.
Yes.
So I feel like that the studio will have to add more so we can gain more from the parks.
100%. And Manny says Josh will remove the time constraint for park hopping. Yes, that was announced by Thomas himself, actually. So
yes,
that is a bonus. That is a bonus.
I think if Josh actually comes out and says the reservations are no more, I think he would have everybody's attention.
I think so.
I don't know if that happened right now, but I think in time it will.
It will. I think right now they're going to wait until the two Avengers attractions are open. Wait until a lot of the construction is done in downtown Disney, and possibly when Coco opens after the two Avengers attractions, I think at that point they might loosen the restraints on the reservation system, I think, going forward. That's personally what I think.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely.
So, one of the things I would like to see at D23, since this is going to be like an update D23 type parks panel, I would like further clarification on Avatar in the Hollywood backlot. What I would like to see is kind of something along the lines of like bio reconstruct, where they show like an aerial photo. So it would show like you're in a plane looking down on the land, and it shows all the surrounding areas around the Hollywood backlot, like Hollywood Boulevard. Then you got Buena Vista Street. You have the Hyperion. But literally the Hollywood backlot where they want to put Avatar, I would like to see concept art, how they're going to build the transitions to get into that land. You know, what's going to be the entrance, the exit? Is the Hyperion going to stay? How much of the Hollywood Boulevard is going to be torn apart for that? How much is staying? How much is getting reworked? I want to see an aerial photo of that. And quite frankly, the concept art like that would not cost Disney that much to produce and the showcase at the parks panel compared to building like a 3D model that costs money. You might not think it does, but it does.
I'm convinced that if we literally don't get no more new news on Avatar and it just kind of gets shrugged under the rug at this D23, I'm convinced that this is not going to happen. And honestly, I feel like even Jim Shull, and I know that a lot of people have indifferences with Jim Shull. They agree with him, they don't. But even he said that, Disney could easily just scrap Avatar for right now.
Yes.
The place where it's supposed to go, and they can make Zootopia.
Well, it's funny you mention that because that's the article I actually sent you, his video, stating why he thinks that Avatar is either not going to show up or it's going to go in the Simba parking lot, and Zootopia is going to fit in the Hollywood backlot instead. And I'm going to tell you this. For someone that was a former Imagineer with the Walt Disney Company and how he still has connections, I'm going to be honest with you. I believe his word over anyone else's at this point, unless it's coming from a Disney official, because he's as close as we could get as a Disney official without being official.
Now that Josh is coming in, I mean, you have to think Avatar was kind of under
Iger.
To be honest with you, Iger was the one that made that announcement during the meetings call. And then he went to Tomorrow and said, hey, you know what? We got to put in Avatar. I don't know. It's possible. And again, I could be wrong, but I'm just saying $1.9 billion with Zootopia 2. It's number 8?
Yeah.
In all-time movies of animation. It hit 32 million streams on Disney Plus. I mean,
wow.
Now I will say this, Cody, welcome in. Not getting Avatar would be a loss. Here's the thing. I think honestly Avatar would still work. I just don't think in this format. Sticking in DCA in the Hollywoodland area, that is not the answer. They could do Avatar, but I would wait further down the road where they can utilize the Simba lot, wait till Avatar 4 and 5 are done, and then they can change some things up a bit and, see where it goes from there.
Well,
and then Animaniac says, what's Jim's track record for predictions? I don't know as far as his track record for prediction, but as Conductor said, he did work in Imagineering, so maybe he can influence them if they see that. Maybe he's trying to give his advice under the table kind of thing. But I do feel really well, let me ask you this, Conductor, because I don't think we really talked about it. Now that you actually seen Pandora and Animal Kingdom as the land itself as a whole, even the buildup of walking across the bridge into Pandora, do you see that in the same format as if they were to stick it in Hollywoodland?
No, I do not. And this is the reason why. I'll show you right now. Let me see if I can try to get this to cooperate here. Okay. Let me share my screen here and I'll tell you why. Because I do not believe it. Okay, here we go. All right. So on the left-hand side here, this is Avatar. Over here, DCA. Okay. So you walk, and I think the bridge, this is the bridge right here. This is the bridge. Okay. You walk in, go down the path, go around the bend, boom. Here's the Floating Mountains right here. You got the restaurant or the canteen. You have the Wind Traders where I got my little, hold on. He's not on, but my little Banshee. And right over here is Flight of Passage. You got the Navi River Journey in the same building. So you have all this, and look how big of a footprint it is with the service road and backstage area over here. Okay, so this area right here, which we kind of determined about 13 acres. Okay, this is 13 acres. You look over here where DCA is. Okay, right here. Hollywood Land, that's where it starts, all the way back here. And we measured it. Me and another friend of mine, Orange Grove 55, we measured it without taking out the Hyperion or taking out Philhar Magic. We're literally looking at probably 8 or 9 acres. Now, if you take out either the Hyperion or you take out Philhar Magic, that would give us 10.5 acres, maybe 11. So you see where the problem sits?
And I do want to address Peter's statement, which I do understand what you're saying, Peter. I really do. It is a different location in Pandora. But my thing is Pandora is still Pandora. You're still getting the same sights, sounds, smells. You're on that planet. And my thing is when you're in Animal Kingdom, you're in an outer world element, but it's still cohesive with its surroundings.
Yes.
So it's an easy transition. I'm still having a very hard time understanding when you turn left off of Buena Vista Street, how much of that stretch of land of Hollywood Land is staying, how much of it is going.
Yes.
And then what is the transition from that street into Pandora? And then across the way, you're going to see Mission Breakout for Avengers. I'm not like understanding. And the other thing that concerns me too is they have yet to still call this
a land.
They've called it an experience. They called it a destination. Could this be an extension of Hollywood Land that you're walking into a Pandora scene? And if that's the case, that is horrible.
Yeah.
I don't want to walk into a scene in Hollywood Land.
Yeah.
If I'm going into Pandora, I want to walk into Pandora.
100%.
And I can't, and where I have hope, I can't foresee James Cameron agreeing to something like that. But why am I not getting that feel of like this is going to be a full immersive completed land? It's only going to have one attraction so far. Maybe at D23, maybe we'll get an announcement for a second ride. But even with Piston Peak, Damaro even said there's going to be 2 rides. With Villains Land, there's going to be 2 rides. With Monsters Inc., there's going to be 1 ride, but they said there's going to be an immersive restaurant and a show. But how come when it comes to Pandora, nothing else was mentioned but just 1 attraction?
Because I kind of feel like they're still fumbling the possibility that they want to change locations. So they don't want to give more detail out.
Oh, that's true.
That's probably why. And then Cody says, I will push back on DCA. One good thing about DCA Pandora being an experience is that they could use characters from the movies like Vara and what's the other one?
Varang and
Varang. Okay. Unlike Animal Kingdom. But is that justification? Having experience with characters roaming around? I don't mean to be rude, Cody, because I'm not going to be rude, but I can literally sit there and go to, Walmart and get a whole bunch of body paint, paint myself as an avatar, walk around and say hi to guests. Is that what we want, or do we want an actual attraction?
Please, I do that on Friday nights.
Well, that's after hours content I haven't yet to see, and I don't know if I want to see it. Oh my god!
And Cody, I assume that's what you mean by adding those characters. Are you saying like as meet and greets, or like in in the ride? Okay,
in the ride. Okay, that makes sense. But still, as far as we know so far, I'm going to call it a land. I don't know why they refuse to not call it a land. If you have an attraction in there, it's a land. Would I like to see 2 attractions? Yes. But for right now, 1 attraction. Now, I will tell you this, though. I will tell you this.
Okay.
Looking at this, whether it's Philhar Magic that gets annexed, or it's the Hyperion, which I think it's going to be the Hyperion, to be honest with you. They get rid of the Hyperion. They tear down the building completely and rebuild it to where it's heavily themed. I'm telling you what, this can be the second e-ticket attraction right here.
Now, can I ask you, because you've said if there's an attraction in it, it's a land.
Yes.
Now, my only concern is when you look at Fantasy Springs at Tokyo Disney Sea.
Okay.
The land is called Fantasy Springs.
Sure.
It's a whole land. It's just called Fantasy Springs. But there's many subsequent lands in that land that makes it a whole. So when you have Arendelle, Arendelle's not a full land, but it's a mini subsequent land that's part of Fantasy Springs. When you have Peter Pan's Neverland, same thing. When you have Tangled, it's the same thing. So could that possibly be what they're trying to gain with Avatar? Could it be when I say a mini land, I don't mean like tiny, but a land within a land where you're getting the full experience because you're in Hollywood land and Avatar is a big blockbuster franchise that you're walking into a destination of Pandora right off of Hollywood land? Or is this going to be its own land on the park map?
That's kind of a tough call. I can see it going both ways. I really can. I really honestly can. Now, Peter makes a great point. They want to keep the Hyperion. And this is reference to an event that you went to for D23, where they physically told everybody in the crowd, including yourself, that they have no plans to get rid of the Hyperion. But
what they said was that her name is Emo and she's in Imagineering.
Yes.
Her first projects when she was in an internship with WDI was the Hyperion for DCA 1.0. She is now part of the Avatar project. And she said that she is on team Keep the Hyperion. So, but I will say this, and I know I'm kind of going off. We could stay on the subject, but I just have to say this. If they're going to keep the Hyperion, and I do respect the Imagineers that they want to keep it, then do something with it.
Yes.
You can't just say, okay, let's keep the building for the sake of what it was and just let it sit there and take all the room. If you're going to use it, utilize it. For instance, Abby and I went to Disneyland today. It was a freaking madhouse for the new Bluey show over at the Fantasyland Theater. There was no room. It was capped out for the day. Kids were crying that they couldn't go in and see Bluey. Parents were getting upset. They had all cast members, all hands on deck. It was a madhouse. why not put the Bluey show in the Hyperion?
Exactly
It's
my
off
point.
of Hollywood Land. You have the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse that's right there for the Disney Junior kind of thing. I think it was Disney Scoops guy. He said the show was about 40 minutes long.
Jeez.
So it could have been perfectly fine in the Hyperion. Even if they are planning on removing it, at least utilize it. And you could fit more people in the Hyperion than you can Fantasyland Theater. The queue is much bigger.
Yeah.
And guess what? You're inside. You're in air condition.
And they refuse. And Animaniacs says put it 100% in the Hyperion. And I agree with that. But the problem is, if they don't want to do anything with it and let it sit there, I have all the respect in the world to that Imagineer. But I kind of feel that maybe she was saying that because they weren't ready at the time, and they're still not ready at the time to divulge more information about Avatar. So, of course, they're going to say, yes, we are Team Save the Hyperion.
That's very true. She could have been underplaying it because it was her first project. She's not going to come out to us and say, oh, yeah, we're going to scrap the Hyperion. It's going bye-bye. Yeah, she's not going to. So even though that she kind of made it sound like it still very well could be. Plus, you know what happens when you take something out of a Disney park and you're going to announce that to a bunch of Disney fans on stage. That's not going to happen.
No, that's going to go really bad really quick. Remy says, I don't believe Pandora and Animal Kingdom is 12 to 13 acres. Based on Google Maps, it's only 8 to 9. Oh, interesting. I thought it was more than that. The extra 3 to 4 acres is exclusive of the parking lot next to it. Possible expansion pad. So the only reason I said 12 to 13 is because of that expansion pad, because they can move that parking lot. Give me a break.
They always said that there was that expansion pad that they would use. Me personally, and I forget who said it. Somebody said it online, and I forget who said it, that rather than put Avatar in DCA,
yeah,
they could have put that boat ride or something else in the expansion and expand out Animal Kingdom's Avatar.
Yeah, they could have.
You know, that's just, I feel like right now Avatar is in the position that it was for Infinity Defense. It's like we're hearing about it for how many years, and then by the time we get it, it's like, I'll enjoy it, but it's like the hype just kind of diluted it because we're constantly talking about it, but there's like nothing coming.
That's where Josh and the team can really do some positivity here at D23. If we get more news about, Avatar, we get more news about Coco, we get more news about the Eastern Gateway, I think that's really going to help. Maybe some clarification on the former Tortilla Joe's location. I would be satisfied with that, because at least we know we could see concept art. We could see, they're actually, working on it instead of just saying it and having people trying to believe it. That's one win I could see. Another one that I could see is maybe a Tomorrowland remodel, and this time for real and not blowing smoke, I hope. But we'll have to wait and see. Who knows? But do I think Avatar should go in this plot of land? If they have no intentions of getting rid of the Hyperion, or they're getting rid of the PhilharMagic, then I say do not put it in the Hollywood backlot. Save it for the Simba parking lot.
That's what I think they should do, really.
Yeah. Cody says, I want Avatar in DCA because I only go to Walt Disney World once in a blue moon. And I hear you. I hear you, Cody, because if we had Avatar, we would be able to see Avatar at night, which Animal Kingdom doesn't get that opportunity because Animal Kingdom closes early. So you never get to see it, ever.
Mm-hmm. Which that's another thing that needs to change too. And I hope that divulges from when they open Tropical Americas. Because that park is going to have to stay open later for the demand of Encanto and Indiana Jones.
100%. And then Chris West asked, is there any news about the dragon? No, there is not.
Well, I think, I could be wrong, but I think Chris was referring to like if Josh was to do a big game changer.
Oh.
Mention the dragon.
That'd be smart. That would be really smart. Remy D says, I want DCA to get the land based on Way of Water and expand Animal Kingdom and include the Fire and Ash lands.
That would be cool.
That'd be interesting. I would not be opposed to that. But Manny said Murphy the Dragon. That's right. That's her name or his name, whatever the dragon might be. But there's one more video I want to play. It's literally, how long is it? It's only just under 6 minutes long. And it's basically Bob Iger's exit video clip that I want to show everybody. I thought it was brilliantly well done. It showed when he started with the company all the way up to his very last day with the company.
And really quick before you play it, I just have one last thing. And
Sure.
Peter says, I just want a Nateri meet and greet. Peter, you want Nateri, you want Varang, you want all those tall, slim, batty women. I mean, who are you kidding? Come on.
There you go. Hey, Remy G is Varang villains.
Yep.
Oh my gosh. But everybody, I want you to watch this with us, and we'll do our closing out because we're almost at 3.5 hours, and
well,
that will be it.
No, I mean that's all. Only 3.5 hours. That's all we did.
That's it. That's it.
That's like a cakewalk compared to what we did 11 hours.
That's true. That's true. Peter has one more comment. He says, I told George, but I forgot to tell you, Conductor, when I drove past Imagineering, they actually had a congrats, Josh, and a thank you, Bob signs on the Disney studio lot. They did.
That is so cool.
That is awesome. But here we go, folks. Oh, it might help if I actually have the volume up. That might help. Let's see. Oh, you know why? I know why. Hold on. Time out. I know why. Because it let me see. Let me see if this is gonna do it or not. If it's gonna cooperate. It should. I had it on. Okay, here we go. Or is it not gonna play?
Storytelling is what drives this company. It's not about how much we create. It's about creating things that are great.
Robert Iger has been named CEO of the Walt Disney Company.
Looking back, it's an odyssey of sorts.
Disney has purchased Pixar.
We think we got something pretty good going here.
The places I've been.
A deal announced today that merges Mickey Mouse with Marvel Entertainment.
Excelsior!
And the things I've seen.
Star Wars is now officially part of Disney. It was a perfect match of what our two companies are.
The things I've been able to do.
Breaking news, the blockbuster Disney deal buying 21st Century Fox.
Let's go.
Disney shatters the annual box office record.
$7 billion movies in 2019 alone.
Disney's new streaming service makes its debut today.
One day at a time.
Welcome to the new California adventure. Galaxy's Edge is now open.
One job at a time.
It's opening day for Shanghai Disneyland.
It just happened so fast. I guess the rest is history.
Come on!
Punch it.
I think that success magnifies who who you are.
Bob Iger. He was honored last night by the Ad Council, receiving the organization's award for public service.
It's not about business, it's about being good citizens of the world.
To care as much as he does and to have as big a heart as he does, people's lives are improving because of the choices that he makes.
A core tenet of ours is to create change, and not just to sit back and watch it happen. It takes patience and a lot of talent. And borrowing from one of Walt's greatest strengths, it takes courage. And today, we have plenty of it.
What is the thing that when you are in your quietest moment, you are most grateful for?
What I've come to realize and appreciate just what a privilege it is to work in this business for this company. Good evening, I am Bob Iger. If I were to learn one lesson, the lesson would be enjoy what you do, love what you do, because you won't do it well unless you do.
Where do you go from here?
To Disneyland. As I mark my last day as CEO of our wonderful company, I want to thank all of you for making these last 3 years so productive and gratifying. It's also the end of a 52-year journey that began in 1974 and has spanned almost 3/4 of my life. I never dreamed I would end up as CEO of the Walt Disney Company, and I certainly never expected to step into the role a second time. But once I did, I was quickly reminded of the tremendous responsibility that being entrusted with something very special bears. What I couldn't have fully known then was just how meaningful this journey would become, because of the people, the creativity, and the shared belief in what this company stands for and what we have all accomplished, particularly during this second time around. Now, over the years, we experienced extraordinary change and faced real challenges. That was particularly profound in the last 3 years. It was daunting at times, but through it all, what sustained me was the passion I saw every day from great storytellers, innovators, leaders, and people around the world who care so deeply about what they do and want to just get it right. That commitment, resilience, passion, and heart were what make this company what it is. Well, I've always believed that leaders don't create the magic. The people who work for and with the leaders do. And my greatest privilege has been supporting that talent, listening, learning, and doing everything that I could to nurture the creative spirit and protect the values that define this place. When I returned in 2022, people had lost confidence in the company they worked for. Today, everywhere I turn, I sense confidence and excitement about what lies ahead. So as I step away, I do so with enormous gratitude and real optimism. I believe deeply in this company's future because I believe in Josh tomorrow and the people who will help him shape it next. Josh is a wonderful choice to lead the Walt Disney Company. He has passion for our businesses and brands, respect for our people, and he appreciates what makes this company so unique. And Dana Walden will play a vital role focusing on our most critical endeavor, creativity. I will be cheering on Josh, Dana, and all of you as I sail off into the sunset. So thank you for the trust you placed in me, for the memories we created together, and for allowing me the honor of serving. It has meant more to me than I can say. The stories and experiences Disney will bring to the world will continue to inspire, entertain, and connect generations just as they always have. Thank you.
There you go. The man, myth, and legend himself. And I know there was some comments, so I want to read them. Let's see. Let's start with this one from Peter. I do think we'll see Iger with Josh at the official opening of World of Frozen, since he was the big player in getting that expansion signed with the French government. Do you think that?
I think, honestly, we're still going to see Bob around all the way up until the last day of 2026.
Yeah, I believe it.
Or
Peter-
anything that, as Peter had mentioned, anything that he had involvement with.
Yes.
I think he'll be there with tomorrow for the World of Frozen. I think if they do make the announcement of the second park in Shanghai, he's going to be the one to make that announcement.
Yeah, I think so. And as Peter said, like I said, the experiences he went through in his first run as CEO was insane. He also said he was getting panic attacks out in public with his younger kids, just thinking about the race for CEO. Peter said also he talked about the moment he was told about the unfortunate incident regarding the alligator and the kid at Disney World right before he had to go talk to the world of Shanghai Disney's opening.
And did you also see, too, someone, I think it was posted, I don't know how accurate it is, that throughout Iger's time as CEO, he clocked in 4.8 million air miles
I heard that.
of traveling, like, to the different destinations that he had to.
Crazy. I believe it, though. I believe it. Remy D says he went up against Steve Jobs and George Lucas and got them the fold. Bob was a Chad. John says, I'm sorry, but I'll always timber Bob as the guy that left the foxes in the hen house during his first and second tenure. He knew what he was doing when he said make change and being good citizens. Remy D says, not a Giga Chad, but an Iger Chad. John says that dude put out movies that made it to where parents could no longer trust Disney with their kids. I'm glad he's out. Let's see. Peter says his wife, Willow, posted that the airline mileage photo, so it is accurate.
Wow. I do know that people have mixed feelings for Bob at this point. I think a lot of people, when he first came in, you know, they were comparing him to Eisner. And then as he kind of came in his own, you know, with the acquisitions of Pixar and Lucasfilm and Marvel and then Fox, you know, he kind of created his own legacy with the company. And then 2020 came and the whole world went in shambles, and Bob's like, peace out. You know, I'm gone. I'm giving it to Chapek. And I feel like that's where everyone was kind of like on the defense when he came back, because they felt they got mistrust from him, that he jumped ship and that he didn't do it the proper way, and they put it in the hands of a guy that really didn't know what he was doing. And then they brought Iger back to essentially fix Chapek's mess, but I also feel like to fix his own mess.
Yeah.
And but I feel like this time around, the way that he got that proper send-off, you know, he got the thank you, Bob sign up at Imagineering. He was able to give his farewell speech. Damaro was able to give him his welcome speech and to thank Bob and everything. Everything was done the way it should have been the first time if Bob really, truly wanted to retire, which I really don't think he was ready to retire then, because then he wouldn't have came back.
No.
I felt like he just jumped ship because he thought it was the easiest thing to do at the time.
Yeah, 100%. Well, if you want to stretch it closer to 4 hours, I do have the 13-minute video of Josh.
Oh yeah, by all means, play Josh.
Here we go. We're gonna do it, folks. We're gonna do it. Here we go. All right. Click on this.
Bob, on behalf of our employees, cast members, shareholders, and fans around the world, thank you so much for your tremendous leadership, your steadfast support, and your countless contributions to the Walt Disney Company. You set an incredible example for all of us. And personally, I can't thank you enough for your mentorship and friendship through the years. You will be missed. Like so many of you, my connection to Disney goes back to my childhood, long before I began my career here. I grew up in a Disney family. We watched The Wonderful World of Disney on Sunday nights. I was 10 years old when my family visited Disneyland for the first time. So as I stand next to the old animation building where Walt and his team brought so many of our beloved stories and characters to life, I'm deeply honored and profoundly grateful for the opportunity to lead this remarkable company. Disney has always been a place of imagination, innovation, and infinite potential, bringing human creativity together with cutting-edge technology to create unforgettable storytelling experiences. And very early on, Walt was thinking beyond the screen, from movies, music, and television, to merchandise, publishing, and theme parks. That vision has grown to encompass sports, news, games, streaming, cruise ships, hotels, and so much more. All of our businesses reinforce and amplify one another. At the center of the Walt Disney Company is an extraordinary connection we have with our fans, a relationship built over generations through the stories and characters that people carry with them throughout their lives. There's nothing quite like it. And all these years later, that connection has never been more relevant or more powerful than it is today. It remains our greatest competitive advantage. No one else has the ability to do this at the scale, quality, and global reach that Disney can. Simply put, while others in our industry are consolidating just to compete, are struggling to be relevant in a fragmented and disrupted world, Disney's in a category of one, poised to accelerate into our next era of innovation and growth. And this next chapter will be driven by staying focused on world-class creativity, enhanced by technology, bringing unforgettable stories to audiences wherever they are. Well, we are in a league of our own. That doesn't mean things have always been easy, especially with the pace of change that we're all facing today. When Bob returned to the company a few years ago, his goal was to fortify our business and lay the groundwork for long-term growth by reigniting creativity and improving performance at our studios, building a robust and profitable streaming business, transforming ESPN for a digital future, and turbocharging our parks and experiences. We've accomplished all of those things, and we're operating from a place of strength with ample opportunity for growth. In 2025, we released the top 3 Hollywood films of the year, including Zootopia 2, which became Hollywood's highest-grossing animated film of all time, with $1.9 billion at the global box office, making it the 8th highest-grossing Hollywood film in history. These successes drove our studio to #1 at the box office for the 9th time in the last decade. We've also built a successful and growing entertainment streaming business that reaches millions of fans all over the world. And we have the most engaged sports fans at ESPN as we continue to deliver compelling programming, including our #1 and #8 most watched events ever on consecutive days earlier this year. And last year, our experiences business delivered operating income of $10 billion, the highest in its history. Demand remains extremely high at our parks and cruise ships, and consumer products continues to be a powerhouse with $62 billion in retail sales. And just for a little perspective here, in the last few months, we welcomed our 900 millionth guest at both Disneyland Park in Anaheim and Tokyo Disney Resort. While it took many years to achieve these milestones, today, when you consider all the ways that people interact with Disney through all of our platforms on a daily basis, the power of those connections is astonishing. Looking at our hand, it's an extraordinary one. Take all of this together, and Disney has never been more accessible to more people in more places than we are today. And as we look ahead, we will capitalize on our strengths by focusing on coming together as one Disney to deliver a more connected, personalized, and immersive experience to our consumers, wherever they are and whenever they would like to engage with us. The heart of that relationship is, and it will always be, our storytelling. And there's no better example than Toy Story. 30 years ago, Pixar changed moviegoing forever with the first CG animated feature. Today, to infinity and beyond, it's more than a catchphrase. It's an instant association, no matter where you are in the world. These characters now live everywhere our audiences do, in homes across the globe through Disney Plus and consumer products, in our hotels, in every one of our theme parks and cruise ships. And we're expanding that world with a brand new story that is just as exciting, fun, and relevant as the films that came before it, when Toy Story 5 hits theaters in June. I saw the latest cut recently, and it's fantastic. And I'm excited to show you a sneak peek. Toy Story 5 is part of an incredible theatrical slate of films that includes the just-released original animated film Hoppers, which is critically acclaimed and off to a terrific start, as well as The Devil Wears Prada 2, The Mandalorian and Grogu, our live-action Moana, all coming this summer, and Avengers Doomsday in December. Plus, an incredible 2027 lineup with Star Wars Starfighter, Frozen 3, a Bluey feature, and a new Ice Age film, and so much more. And I'm excited to share updates on 2 of our highly anticipated films in development. Our sequel to last year's Lilo and Stitch will debut on May 26, 2028, and Incredibles 3 will hit screens just a few weeks later on June 16, 2028. We also have a wide array of world-class series from across Disney Entertainment. Shows like Only Murders in the Building, The Bear, High Potential, Alien Earth, Grey's Anatomy, Percy Jackson and the Olympians, Dancing with the Stars, Paradise, Daredevil Born Again, and the hugely popular Love Story. We also have 3 of the top preschool series led by Bluey, the most streamed show in the US. The Simpsons just celebrated its 800th episode, and we're especially excited about our new Simpsons film coming to theaters next year. We're also well underway on the next season of Shogun, which won a record-breaking 18 Emmy Awards for its historic first season. These stories power our streaming business, which provides direct and continuous engagement with our consumers. Disney Plus will continue to evolve beyond a traditional streaming service to become the digital centerpiece of our company, a portal that connects our stories, experiences, games, films, and more in entirely new ways. And we're working to quickly bring Disney Plus and Hulu into a unified experience later this year that will drive even more value for subscribers and for our business. We also have a huge opportunity to grow internationally. We've been investing smartly and strategically to build this business, and in a little over a year, we've released 7 of our most viewed international originals ever, including the international Emmy-winning Rivals and breakout hit Battle of Fates. When you add ESPN to the mix, it becomes a grand slam for consumers. ESPN is an indispensable daily touch point for millions of sports fans, myself included. In fact, in an average month, we reach around 80% of adults in the US. Our sports portfolio is unmatched, and we continue to add key events and partners, including our recent collaborations with the NFL and MLB. And we'll reach new heights next year when ESPN broadcasts the Super Bowl for the very first time, something we'll be bringing the full force of the Walt Disney Company to in a way that only we can. The power of Disney comes full circle at Disney Experiences. There's a reason this business is such a strong and consistent driver for the company. Built on our unparalleled storytelling and decades of creative innovation and operational excellence, Disney has continually raised the bar for what experiences can be, and it's always evolving. All around the world, we're building new adventures and expanding capacity to welcome more families into our uniquely Disney experiences, driven by the largest capital investment plan in Disney Experiences history. It's already bringing new lands to our parks and new parks to our world. Later this month, we'll unveil a new Frozen land in Paris. We're doubling the size of Avengers Campus at Disney California Adventure, building a Villains Land at Magic Kingdom, and planning our first new park in a decade in a brand new corner of the world. And we continue to expand our award-winning Disney Cruise Line fleet. I was just in Singapore for the launch of the Disney Adventure, which is our very first ship based in Asia. It is stunning, and I'm so excited for our guests to experience it. We have 5 more ships on the way, and today I'm excited to announce the name of our 9th ship, the Disney Believe. Underpinning all of this is technology. We've never shied away from the latest innovations. And in many cases, we're the ones pushing the envelope because we know technology acts as an amplifier for our stories, our experiences, and the emotional connection audiences have with our brand. That's why we've partnered with Epic Games to bring a transformative new entertainment experience to Fortnite and connect it to our broader ecosystem. I just reviewed some of the progress on the worlds that we're building, and I was blown away by the possibilities. We'll continue to develop and embrace new technologies to empower our storytellers, but never at the expense of our characters and worlds, our creative partners, or the trust people place in us. Because Disney, at its core, is a company that celebrates human creativity. There's a door on Main Street in Disneyland. It's on your right as you're walking toward the castle. The door is labeled Casting Agency. And the quote on the door is from Walt. It says, "It takes people to make the dream a reality." This couldn't be more true for a company like ours. We have the most creative, most passionate, dedicated people. And it's because of our people that we'll continue to create stories and experiences that our fans carry with them for a lifetime. One of the most profound ways we see this coming to life is through our ongoing work with children's hospitals, veterans and military families, and the various community organizations we have the honor to engage with. We're especially proud of our work with Make-A-Wish. Disney is the largest wish granter in the world, granting a wish every hour of every single day. Our stories bring joy and hope and inspiration to millions around the world. And that's a privilege that we take very seriously. That's why we'll continue to come together as one team, building on the strengths I've highlighted today to carry Disney's enduring legacy forward and write the next chapter of this incredible story. As I officially step into this role with an incredible team at my side, I'm truly excited about the road ahead. And I have absolute confidence in our ability to deliver high-quality, experiential storytelling that stands head and shoulders above the rest. I want to thank Bob Iger once more. He set a standard for creativity, integrity, and ambition that will continue to guide all of us. We are deeply grateful for everything that he's done. And of course, my thanks go out to all of our fans around the world. As some of you may know, I love talking to guests and fans and hearing all of your stories. Whether you love our movies, shows, parks, ships, games, books, music, the list goes on and on. You are the reason that we do what we do. And to our shareholders, on behalf of everyone at Disney, thank you for joining us today, and thank you for your continued belief and investment in this one-of-a-kind company.
I think he forgot one fan that's chased them down Main Street a couple times.
I mean, that was a missed opportunity. Like, he was showcasing himself with talking to the fans. They didn't get it on camera. I bet you if they did, that would have been one hell of a sizzle reel of me running down Main Street chasing him.
Oh my gosh, that was a great exit video from Bob and a great intro video from Josh. Loved both of them. And Peter actually made an interesting point. Peter said 900 million at Tokyo Disney is still so wild to me. Hopefully I somehow end up in the next 100 million for Tokyo. Well, what I found interesting for Tokyo, get this, George, 30 years it just celebrated, and Disneyland has been around for 71 years or close to 71 years. Or is it 71? I can't remember.
We're on the 71 year.
Okay.
In July, it'll mark it. Technically, it's 70 and a half years right now.
Okay, 70 and a half. And we just hit 900 million. Isn't that funny that an international park hit 900 million and it's been around a lot less than Disneyland?
And that's more so because a lot of times Disneyland is more recognizable to California locals, but I think that's all going to change. I think that'll change for Disneyland forward when they start making it vacation destination where they start expanding out the parks, adding a third park, more hotels. I think that'll eventually change.
100%. I'm just going to get to a couple more comments and we're going to end tonight. But Remy says free movie commercials for Disney during the Super Bowl next year. You think that's possible?
I could think so, because he said they were going to go big and ambitious for next year's Super Bowl. And actually, I remember they showed that commercial, that little clip where it showed all the characters kind of going in one direction. They made that announcement during this past Super Bowl, already ahead of the game for next year's Super Bowl. So I could see them doing something big in a big way.
100%. Remy says, surprised he didn't mention Piston Peak.
That is true. He didn't really mention. I mean, I don't really think it had anything to do with it, but like, I think because it had to do with the shareholders, a lot of people are still bitter about the Rivers of America. So he just kind of like, I'm not going to mention it. I'll mention everything else.
100%. And then John says OLC is making a ship.
They are literally financing it, and they're going to own it. Disney's not putting out a dime, but they're building it. And if what the Tokyo parks are, I can imagine what the Tokyo ship is going to be.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Now, I do want to say, though, George has a list. He showed me the list.
Mm-hmm.
He showed me the list. And actually, he's had that list for how long?
I have this list since 2018. I wrote this. And I actually have the date. 2018, September 3rd. 2018. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me get this.
Lovely green screen behind you. That's reminding me of Orlando so much.
Exactly. So right there, where am I? There we go. 2018, yeah. There's the date, September 3rd, 2018, Disney Cruise Line ship names. And here was my list.
There it is, everybody. The second on the list, Believe and the Venture.
And down at the bottom, I had the Wish.
And the Wish. He called it.
I have 3 for 3 already. So the other ones that I have is Discovery, Enchantment, Imagine, and Legend. So
I think Legend's coming next.
You think Legend's coming?
I think Legend's coming. That would be interesting. I'm not going to lie.
That would be.
Because I could see the Legend statue possibly having maybe, and this was your idea actually, I think you said Hercules would be on the back of the ship and then they would have Walt and maybe Mickey or just Walt himself in the atrium.
Yeah, I think honestly they could do that.
So that's what I see for the Legend ship. But
all I know is I guessed Believe as one of them. And I don't know where Believe is going to end up. But I would really like to make it, because at least one of the ships I would love to make an inaugural sailing. So I'm going to make it my business. I'm going to try to make for Believe to go on the maiden voyage. So when that time comes, I'll be this.
He was ready for that picture too.
Yeah.
and Peter says, I'm a believer. 100% you are. And I will be sitting by the phone waiting for that phone call. If it's selling out of San Diego or it's selling out of Florida, you better believe me and George will be talking.
Oh, yeah. Because I'll be looking at the dates and I'm like, I booked Maiden Voyage. Let's go.
Let's do it.
I tell you, they give you, like, on Maiden Voyages, like, they give you, they just keep on throwing gifts at you. It's like an Oprah cruise. It's like you get a gift and you get a gift and you get a gift. It's like
Jesus. I do know it was funny because Jason actually texted us or he texted me and he said, "You're never going to believe what's going on." I'm like, "What?" He's like, "I'm on the Adventure right now and literally it's 3 in the morning, and people are lined up outside the room, outside their rooms, lined up in front of one of the gift shops.
Oh
on the
yeah,
ship.
it was people were, and they had to do on the app. They had to do where people had to pick like a specific window of when to shop because everybody wanted that firsthand merch for the inaugural sailing and the maiden voyage and all that stuff.
So you're telling me if we go on an inaugural sailing on the Disney cruise ship, you're telling me I have to wake my ass up at 3 in the morning to wait in line?
Possibly.
No, there's no possibly. It's a guarantee.
Okay, it's a guarantee.
It's all right. I'm already used to waking up that early anyway. So,
but that's the beauty thing with a Disney cruise is after you do all that and you go through the hustle and bustle of buying all that stuff, you could just go right back to bed.
Hey, there we go. I'm waking up George and Conductor at 2 a.m. for that line.
Yeah. Well, hey, you know what? Conductor sent me the link for this live. It was like 2:30 in the morning. And I just responded because I was already up, and I just said thanks. Cool.
He actually responded in record time. It was funnier than now. Remy D says, watch the OLC ship with some crazy cool features that would be exclusive to them.
Oh yeah. If they're putting out the money, they're going to do something
wild
that is going to like be different than any of the other ships.
But then
Tomorrow said they already have 8 ships out already.
Yeah.
The Adventure became the 8th, and they got 5 more coming.
That's crazy.
And the 9th one is going to be Believe. But then they'll have 4 more after that.
That's crazy. Because you look at the Adventure, it's already wild as it is. It has a roller coaster.
Mm-hmm. It has 3 attractions. It has a roller coaster, go-karts, and a spinner ride.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
How do you top that? Well, you gonna tell me?
I think honestly, the Japanese will. I think if there's anyone that can top that, the Japanese will.
Well, I think I can top it. Put a Tower of Terror type ride on the cruise ship, then you're good.
Oh, can you imagine that one?
Oh, geez, Louises. I'm giving them ideas. See, and
I swear, if they do, if they have a Tower of Terror kind of ride, I would say, okay, they watched the live. You know what I would love to see? Actually, inside the ship, a kind of simulator ride. So if you were to take like a Star Tours kind of attraction, but put it in the cruise ship somewhere.
I like that. I'm not gonna lie, I actually like that. I'm trying to think what other ride they could put in there that's kind of like literally off the rails.
What if they literally just put an entire theme park on the top deck of the ship?
You imagine?
Like a whole entire, like you have the cruise ship, so you have your cruise vacation.
Yeah.
But then when you go on the top deck, it's basically a theme park on the water.
That's crazy. That's insane. It's worth it.
As I said, I could see them doing it.
Pirates of the Cruise.
Pirates of the Cruise.
I love it. Okay. I think I could top that maybe. Maybe. That is kind of hard for me because you got so many amazing rides. What in God's name would you put on there that's something like, whoa?
Remy D says, what about a people mover on the topmost floor?
Thank you.
And a people mover that just circulates around the whole entire ship.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. You kidding me? I'll be sipping a pina colada, just hanging out, vibing.
If you like pina coladas, getting caught in the rain. Oh man, I used to sing that song all the time, but like every time that I do, I just get like the urge to just start like unbuttoning, like just like.
Well, you're already halfway there.
I know. See, so it's.
You're already halfway there, and you didn't even start singing. Oh my God. Peter says, and then at the end, instead of it being Captain Jack, it's George rocking in the boat singing pina coladas.
Oh yeah, that would definitely be me.
Oh, 100%. Every time I hear that song, I think of Grown Ups.
Every time I hear that song, it reminds me of has anyone ever seen the movie The Sweetest Thing with Cameron Diaz, Christina Applegate, when they're soaking wet in their clothes and they're changing their clothes outside and they blast the radio from the car and it's playing Pina Coladas.
Oh my gosh. John says, I just think they'll have a better adult section, a lot more slides, way more pools, infinity pools, rock climbing with animatronics, and so much more.
Oh, I like that idea. What if they do have state-of-the-art animatronics on the ship?
That would be dope. That would be cool. I'm not gonna lie about that. That would be dope. Or they make they kind of did it a little bit with the treasure, but it's for the kids area. I guess I'll see it one of the days when people were, on the island somewhere and the ship's basically empty. But it would be such a cool thing if they had a Star Wars section of the ship that's for adults.
They do on the Wish is Hyperspace Lounge.
Yeah, but that's like a bar, though. I'm talking about like.
So you're talking about like actual
almost like a character dining, but it's all Star Wars characters, kind of like what the Galactic Star Cruiser had, but like on steroids, where like literally you're sitting there having dinner, and then all of a sudden Darth Vader walks in, or
what if that's one of the new ships? What if it's an entire Galactic Star Cruiser? Because everyone was saying,
dude, that'd be
comparing it to an actual cruise ship,
dude,
and that's what people didn't get. What if it was an entire cruise ship that was just based on all Star Wars?
Sign me up. I'm ready. Sign me up, because you better believe I'd be having my lightsaber ready to fight Darth Vader, one of my most favorite villains of the Star Wars era of all times. And if it's not him, it's Boba Fett. Either one. I'm okay with it. Either one. Oh my gosh. You imagine. Oh, Remy D says, what do you think of Universal having their own cruise ships where they have an HHN nights, or just make the whole ship HHN? I'm okay with that. At a certain time of the night, creatures of the nights start wandering on the top deck. That'd be dope.
Think honestly, I mean, if anyone could pull that off, Universal would. And I think Universal Creative has said they are considering dipping their toe, no pun intended, into the cruise line industry.
Dope.
I can see them eventually down the road, Universal doing their own cruise line.
Oh, this is interesting. No captain, no crew, run by a remote control.
I mean, I could see that in time. I'd be kind of nervous at first, having everything like remote, like. But I mean, I think in time, that's what it's going to eventually become.
I think eventually, like you said, it's going to be all automated. So they might have a couple casts, like crew members, but not there to navigate the ship, but
yeah, just kind of look over.
Something happens, but George, 4 hours and 2 minutes, my friend. Man, that was awesome. Thank you so much for being on the first Conductor Sunday live stream back in town. Can't thank you enough. And like I said, we're already planning next summer for Walt Disney World, for Tropical Americas, and the cruise line. Can't wait to talk to you more about it off camera, obviously, so we can lock in our plans. But always great to have you. Where can everyone find you on social media?
Absolutely. And Conductor, thank you so much for having me back on. It was an honor to be invited on your first live back since Florida. And it was an honor to be a part of the vacation with you and Tommy, with Abby. So as I said, that was one hell of a trip. It was very epic. It wasn't just Epic Universe. The whole trip was epic. And I can't wait, as I said, to have more adventures with you. I can't wait for you to experience your first Disney cruise, and I get to be a part of that. So I have a very sneaky suspicion that once we get on that ship, you're going to get bit by the Disney Cruise Line bug. I can almost guarantee it.
I will.
But in any case, if anyone would like to find me, you could do so on Instagram on Holo Gelato, or you could also follow me under my personal Instagram account, the Disney Italiano. And of course, you could find me and Abby here on YouTube on Holo Gelato. And basically, we cover everything with the parks, with the cruise line, with entertainment, all that good stuff.
Absolutely. Great to see Sam chat. And
Made it in a couple seconds, Sam, but you know what? Hey, you still made it. Yeah, that's what it counts.
You still made it. Again, everybody, I'm Theme Park Conductor. You can find me on YouTube and Blue Sky at Theme Park Conductor. You can find me on Instagram at theme_park_conductor, on X at Theme Conductor, TikTok at Theme Park Conductor 1, and every Sunday at 5 or 7 p.m. for Conductor Sunday live stream, where we have amazing guests like the one and only George, the Disney Italiano from Holo Gelato, and his wonderful wife, Abigail, as I get his raw, spicy Italian theme park opinions. I love it. I love hanging out with George in the parks. It's so much fun, and I love having him on these lives. It's always a blast. And then to remind everybody, just like George did at the very beginning of this live stream, all the shows that we filmed out in Walt Disney World for both channels, you can find mine at Theme Park Conductor on YouTube. It's called Conductor Ultimate Fan Membership. You will catch all the shows that I filmed at Walt Disney World and Universal on the channel. I think they're mainly Walt Disney World shows, but you can find all the shows on there because they're going to be members exclusive permanently. They're not going to be public. So if you want to see them, join the membership. Also join Holo Gelato's membership because he also has the same thing with all the shows. And then he also has some interesting content. I'll leave it as that. That it's a must see.
And you can find that under, it's called Silencio Bruno. I had to stick with my Italian roots with the Disney Pixar film Luca. Silencio Bruno.
Oh, God. But everybody have a wonderful night, and we will see you guys next Sunday on Conductor Sunday live stream. Have a good night, everybody. Peace out.
See you later, everyone.
See ya. See ya. See ya.